Oh, oh, okay, everybody. I think we're live. Can you guys see me and hear me? I believe we are good to go. So, I'm now at my normal setup. So, it should sound a lot better. Yeah, I may do a mock draft today. Depends on how slow things are. Miguel Rodriguez, thank you for the elite channel membership. Welcome to the squad, brother. Yeah, Cup's being released today unless someone trades for him. Yeah, I saw the Trey Brown thing. Trey Brown was so disappointing last year. I'm not even that mad about it. I do think he has some talent, but I can't trip on that one, guys. Yeah, I saw the Dodson thing. New league year starts today. You think the Seahawks are interested in Cup? I would imagine they at least kick the tires, but that doesn't mean they're going to like what they see. Okay, so I'm still a little bit wary of Becton. I don't know if he's a scheme fit, but I would assume that the Seahawks are not so stupid they would sign somebody that completely doesn't fit their scheme. I would assume that we're keeping Jason Myers, Brian.
This time he goes down. It is Losu who gets there.
Miguel Rodriguez, thank you for the $9.99. I was a member before but fell off for a little bit. I love your info you feed out. Do you think we should get Cup? And what QB would you want if we drafted one? I'm open to Cooper Cup. There are a slew of older wide receivers in the free agency pool right now, and we need to figure out which one is the least washed up. Maybe that is Cooper Cup. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's Amari Cooper. Maybe it's Stephon Diggs. Maybe it's, whoever. Try to figure it out, and you might need to get that guy because we don't have good receivers right now. We have one good receiver, and everyone else is just kind of nothing. What QB would you want if we drafted one? I like Hmm. I used to like Will Howard, but that combine did put me off him a little bit. I like Riley Leonard, but he's going to be like Jalen Hurts at best. And we don't have a team to support anything close to that. Um, Dylan Gabriel's more interesting to me than I expected. I'm not a big fan of these quarterbacks. I think they mostly are not good. What do you think about Mecole Hardman? I don't think too much about Mecole Hardman. Hey, John. Yeah, that Will Fries thing is complicated. And I want to stress something, guys. I didn't really want to give Will Fries a 5-year deal. I think it was probably a good idea to not give Will Fries a 5-year deal. So I'm down with that. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that people need to understand when it comes to this this circumstance. We wanted him. Maybe I didn't want him that much, and maybe you didn't want him that much. The team really wanted him. The team made him a big free agency offer, like 17 17.5 million a year to 18 million a year, somewhere in there. And then they backed out because they didn't want to give out long-term money. They got outbid by a team with less cap space than them. That's the problem. The problem is not really Will Fries. The problem is that there is a line this front office cannot or will not cross, and other teams are willing to cross it. And that means you're not going to get a lot of the players that you want to get. Do you know anything about Sadiq Charles? I do not. I actually don't know who that is. Hawk Blogger just said he doesn't believe the Dan Viens report regarding the front office. Did he give? Did he have like a contradictory report, or does he just say he doesn't believe it? And what part of it doesn't he believe? There are a few different layers there. I mean, that may be true, but what wide receiver should we draft? I'm liking Jaden Higgins, man. Dante Thornton. Those would be a couple of guys that I'm really looking at right now. Something like that, Tumbo. Something. He says he has reasons to believe it that he doesn't want to disclose. Well, I mean, we are certainly no strangers to getting contradictory information from the organization right now, so you just have to pick who you believe. Do you like Josh Myers? I feel like he might not be a very good fit for what we're doing, but he is one of the best remaining players left. At the end of the day, you have to hope that there is some understanding of what we need specifically, not just generally. Vian's also hid information behind a paywall. I actually didn't know that. Kevin Jenkins is still a free agent. You know of Rob Rang? The name sounds familiar. Michael Pierce retired? Oh, rip. Not surprising, though. I hadn't even thought about him this offseason. Right, okay. Okay, Tumbo, I hear you. And remember, we've also heard stuff from Corbin, and Corbin's very credible. Corbin's usually worth listening to. Thoughts on trying to trade for Michael Pittman to reunite him with Darnold? Would the Colts do that? Pittman's pretty good. I don't know if the Colts would want to part with him right now. Yeah. What exactly did we hear from Corbin? Just that we offered a 3-year deal. And we wouldn't follow the Vikings up to a 5-year deal. And that this team has some anti more than 3-year deal philosophy, to my recollection. Yeah, Tumbo. That's kind of what I'm saying. I'm sorry, I don't really know how else to say it. It does feel like these Seahawks fans are going to talk themselves into anything we do and then talk themselves out of anything we don't do. And it feels very arbitrary to me. So I'm not going to just do that. I'm just not. That's not blaming it on Jody, which is what VN supposedly did. Well, who's court? Well, let me think here for a second. Yeah, I don't think Corbin said anything about Jody. You're probably right about that. I'm trying to think about who said what yesterday, but the bottom line is this team has a line they won't cross for something that they do want. Like they wanted Will Fries. They were willing to throw a lot of money at him. They just weren't willing to cross that line. Maybe they even gave him, maybe they were even going to give him more than I would have been willing to give him. But my point is, they wanted it, and then they couldn't cross that line. Well, here's the thing, Jason. Schneider's always kind of operated like this, right? Schneider has always kind of looked at this way, right? Even when Paul Allen was alive, he's not been very good with this a lot of this free agency stuff. Well, Dogzilla, that can't possibly be true. Like most quarterbacks have a 5-year deal. Off the top of my head, Jalen Hurts has a 5-year deal. Mahomes way more. I think Josh Allen has a 6-year deal. Honestly, Castillo, my number one offensive lineman has not changed. I had Tevin Jenkins in my one slot the whole way, and he's still in the one slot. I actually have some hope that the scheme can fix some of our issues. Okay, first of all, we do this every year, I feel like. We talk ourselves into unproven or bad players being good for us, and then they're not. I feel like we do this every year on the offensive line, and it barely ever works. Second of all, if that's the case, what was the point of clearing all this cap space? Like, if you're going to clear this cap space, you would think that the team would find a way to use it productively, or else what was the value in the cap space? Do you know if Jenkins is talking with other teams? I haven't heard very much about him at all. I think the Bengals, maybe. That's the one team that I heard connected to him, but that's it. Rollover? Well, I'll say it again. I'm on board with that, but then don't sign Sam Darnold. Like, that's fine if you just want to let cap space roll over, go for it later, but then don't sign Sam Darnold. That's the one thing that makes me go, well, how is this fair to him? You're going to sign him and then not get him any help? You're going to treat him like a crash test dummy? How is that fair to him? What's the biggest mistake made in John's tenure? I mean, it probably is the Jamal Adams trade, right? In terms of result, that was the most damaging thing. Sam is still young. Yeah, but he's he's not that young. He's 27, okay? He's not like he's 23. No, the Jimmy Graham acquisition was fine. Getting Jimmy Graham was fine. Blame the coaching staff for trying to turn him into an inline blocker when he was obviously not that. And Jimmy Graham was good here when he was given the opportunity to do what he was good at. I really don't think the Jalen Carter thing is that bad because Devin Witherspoon's really good. There's so much more worse stuff out there than that. Nothing new in the last few minutes. Actually, really nothing since the stream started. Why are people saying Rodgers to Minnesota? I don't know. That one doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Witherspoon gets burned, though. Everybody gets burned. This isn't the 1980s. You don't have cornerbacks that are just complete shutdown anymore. Well, here's the other thing, Big Chris. Let's say Sam Darnold plays individually well over the next 2 years. Then he's going to get an extension that is worth way more than what he currently makes. And then, like, the benefit of getting him at this supposedly discounted rate is lost. Like there's this concept that we got a good quarterback for a discounted rate. Okay, that's fine. He's only discounted because he's only had the one good year, in theory. So let's say he plays well the next 2 years and then we do nothing with it. Then we're probably going to have to pay him at the top of the market. And then what was the point? By the way, Geno Smith in his career has started 93 games. Sam Darnold has started 83 games. Yeah, Darnold is way younger, but they actually have played about the same amount of NFL football. So the mileage is actually not that different. Do you think Sanders falls out of the first round? I'd say no, but I do think he's going to fall. I'm going to say he's in the first round, but I do think he falls. Spoon is definitely not a Jag. You guys are losing your mind a little bit. Will you keep up with the Raiders this year? I mean, I keep up on every team, right? I keep up with every team. But I am interested to see how things happen. What do you think about Shiloh Sanders? Isn't he like a late day 3 pick? Trey Brown signed with the 49. Yeah, that was earlier this morning, though. I never finish my coffee before it gets lukewarm. I always have a little bit left. It's very annoying. I might go nuke it a little later. We might need a vid on Spoon showing these goofies who he really is. I mean, if there's really not much I can say to anybody who thinks that Devin Witherspoon's a Jag. While you're at it, why don't you just call Charles Cross a Jag? We traded a third for Sam Howell, and then we got a third for Geno Smith. Think Pittsburgh keeps Russ? No, I think they're going to sign Rodgers. Everything's pointing that way right now, and I think that makes more sense, honestly. I do like McDonald. I do appreciate him. He's the one thing with this team right now that I believe in with slightly irrational extremity. Oh, Arthur Smith, Atumbo. I watched a lot of Steelers football last year too. And bottom line is Arthur Smith is still there, so I don't know why they would bring back the same quarterback that fell on his face at the end of the season, or the quarterback who couldn't beat him out. So I imagine they're going to refresh it, but at this, I think the only team that I know of that might sign Russ at this point is the Giants, and I'm still going to say it. I don't understand that. Doesn't Russ want to play somewhere where he at least has a chance of winning. The Giants have no chance of being any good this year. That's like destined to be a 4-win team no matter what. Like, I understand he wants to play, but does he really just want to kill time in New York for a year? I mean, there's also this toxic element to it where not only are you not going to get very good play with Russ, not only is he not going to be very good, when he leaves, he's going to burn every bridge. Like there's a level of toxicity there coming from him now. Like that report that came out about how Russ and Smith hate each other like a month ago or whatever. Like, as a coach or GM, you don't want anything to do with that. At least Jameis Winston isn't going to do something like that when he leaves after he sucks for you. I actually think what's going to happen is Russ is going to be a free agent and he's going to wait for a quarterback to get injured. I think that's probably the right move. That way, there's a chance you could go to a team that's pretty good. That way, you're guaranteed to start if you sign. I think you just sit back and wait for an injury. Jay Cutler style. Lucas, thank you for the $3 Canadian. Brendan, who's your favorite CFL team? I don't even know who the CFL teams are. Like, there's the Toronto Argonauts, but I don't know who the CFL teams even are. Spoon got burned last few games. Everybody gets burned. This is 2024 or 2025. Everybody gets burned now. It's almost illegal to play defense. Can you explain why owners don't like to sign long-term contracts if they plan to sell? I'm from the UK and it's not common in any of our sports. Okay. There are two elements at play here. Number one, the simple explanation, the shortest explanation that I can give is they don't want to commit to a player that is going to be on the team longer than they own the team, because to them it feels like they're paying for a player beyond the point where they will benefit from it as an owner. Right? If you sign somebody to a 4-year deal and then you sign him and then you sell the team in 2 years, then there's like a sense that you're paying him, you're bringing him in and paying him for something that he's not even going to do to benefit you. Right? Also remember, signing bonus money is paid up front in cash, right? Signing bonus money is paid up front in cash. So while a chunk of the contract is paid out gradually over time, so it's not that big of a deal because you're paying them year to year, that signing bonus gets really big if the contract is long term enough. And some owners don't want to do that. That's to them a commitment that they'd rather not be making. And there's also at least some belief there's some belief that it's better for an owner to have a clean slate. An owner is going to be less likely to be willing to buy the team if there are long-term commitments on the roster that the new owner wasn't a part of. Now, that's one school of thought. There's another school of thought that having a good team for the owner to inherit is more important. But regardless, that's basically a quick rundown of how this works. How is Darnold's mobility? He's reasonably mobile, but I don't think he handles pressure that well. Well, okay. The player doesn't get signed bonus at once, but it goes into escrow, right? The owner still has to give it up, right? The owner still loses the money immediately because it goes into escrow, right? That's what everybody says. The point is the owner loses it immediately, and the thought is that that's why owners are resistant to big signing bonus deals. We have 10 draft picks, Angel. What do you think about Cooper Kupp? I'm interested. He seems less washed up than the other older receivers, but there are, we have to figure out which one we think is the least washed up, I think. Angel, stop spamming the same question in the chat over and over and over again. Oh my God. There are 400 plus people in here. Knock it off. The answer is, I'm pretty sure the answer is 10. All right, guys, so we've been streaming for about half an hour. We got like 450 people in here right now. Thank you, everybody, for coming out here and spending this day with me. Actual free agency starts a little bit later today, and we will be covering things all the way through to 5 o'clock. I'll be talking about every move that gets made across the NFL, and I'll be trying to interact with the chat. Keep in mind there are a lot of people in here, though, so I can't answer every single question. That's just not reasonable. So please like the stream if you haven't already. We got 63 likes. Subscribe to the channel if you're new and you want daily Seahawks content. We do 4 to 6 videos most days on the Seahawks stuff. You can go above and beyond that. This is one of 2 times during the year where I do actually make a little bit of a request for donations beyond just the bare minimum, because these are very long streams and donations are the main way that I make money on them. So if you can, please click the $ in the chat to super chat, become a channel member for $2, $5, or $10 a month. You can also gift channel members to the other members in the chat. Click the link near the top of the description to tip. That's actually the best way to support me if you're willing to use that system. You can pledge to the Patreon, and that's what's going on today. Let's see here. There's no way it's 14. There's no way we have 14 picks. I've heard people say we have 13, and I don't think we have 13 either, but the point is it's not 14. But I'm pretty positive it's 10. Any watch-along Twitch streams like last year during free agency? Possibly. That's actually not a bad idea. There was an announcement, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, that Princess Mononoke is going to be re-released in IMAX. That might be fun. Because I was thinking about doing a watch along of that on Twitch. Because, again, I need to see it again. The Skez, thank you for the $5 super chat money. Thank you. Okay, Michael McDonald, I gotta be honest, the whole role-playing YouTube account thing from yesterday, it got old. It's not really funny anymore. Man, Art B, you sound like you're an absolute blast to have at parties. Where do we tip at? There's a link near the top of the description. Hold on. I can try to grab it here. There we go. So will there be more moves when real free agency starts? Not necessarily, but some players are probably going to get released. Yeah, so Princess, I don't, hold on, where's, let me take a look here real quick. Nearest. Let me check something here real quick, guys. Oh, I actually have an IMAX theater not that far away from me. I didn't even know that. Interesting. I thought the closest one was actually up in Seattle, but that's actually not so bad. Okay, guys, I'm going to be right back. Give me a few minutes. I'll be back soon. Everyone chill out. All right, I'm back. Derek Forrest signing a 1-year deal with the Buffalo Bulls. Let me get this on the board. SD. No, I'm not using the Roomba today. It worked very hard yesterday. Hey, speaking of anime movies, have you seen Perfect Blue? I've seen most of Perfect Blue. I know. I've seen most of Perfect Blue. It is very good. I've never seen Paprika. I haven't seen the other two, though. Perfect Blue is the movie that partially inspired Black Swan, right? Where did Buffalo get all their money? Well, they extended Josh Allen, pushed the cap hits out. Are you excited for the third Avatar movie? Excited is not the right word, but I'm definitely going to check it out. I thought the first two were pretty good. I thought the first two Avatar movies were fine. I think it's okay to make a movie just as a special effects bonanza, but the special effects have to actually be good. And the special effects in the Avatar movies are very good. So Becton is still out there, yes. I'm aware of that. My concern with Becton is he may not be a scheme fit because he doesn't move well. I didn't play the Avatar game. Did you see the restructures on Mahomes and Jones grading? Yes, I saw that. That's his look. The Chiefs are going to do this every year, as long as they have Mahomes, and they're right to do so. They may get punished down the line, but who cares? They're trying to win Super Bowls right now. The NFC West will probably be really bad this year, honestly. Like, the Niners look like they're scaling back big time, too. I'm open to Cooper Kupp to Seattle. He's going to have to play outside a lot, but that's fine. Charlie Wilson, thank you for the $4.99. I think that's pounds. Yeah, I think it's pounds or euros, one of the two. So it's actually like $6.50. Phantom Menace is an underrated Star Wars movie. P.S. Appreciate the stream, Brendan. Oh, thank you, Charlie, but I certainly do not agree with that. Phantom Menace is terrible. I do not like that movie at all. That is a catastrophe of a movie. Nothing happens. Like, nothing happens in that movie. And look, I wouldn't mind just kind of using 2025 as a little bit of a step back year. The pod racing scene is one of the worst scenes that I've ever seen in any movie. The pod racing scene is genuinely. They may as well have just edited a NASCAR race in the middle of a movie. They genuinely may as well have put a 10-minute scene of NASCAR in the middle of the movie and called it good. And it would not have been any different. Remember, guys, Cup is, for the moment, still under contract. For the moment, Cup is still under contract. So we can't sign him. Yes, exactly, Addison. I don't understand the Darnold signing if you're not going to do anything else. Like, if nothing else, I feel bad for Darnold. He went from Minnesota that gave him everything he needed to be successful to this Seattle situation where he gets nothing that he needs to be successful. Top QBs next year for the draft: Arch Manning, Nico, the Tennessee guy, a couple other guys as well. We got plenty of time to dissect that when the time comes. I'm not going to get too deep into that at the moment, but Arch Manning and Nico are my two guys right now. Nico has an all-time cannon arm. Nico can launch it. Do you think the team believes in that Haynes at center, Bradford at right guard, and the drafted LG will make the line better? You're taking so much on faith, though. How much money did Trey Brown get? I don't. If Darnold doesn't work out, I don't really think you're going to be able to trade him, or at least you're not going to get anything for him. And there's going to be a bunch of dead money because of the contract, and like that's a little icky too. Can't Darnold still change his mind? I guess, but nobody does that. Is Jody the real culprit behind all this? It's possible, but look, guys, we are the plebs. We don't get to know this stuff. We don't get to learn this stuff for sure, one way or the other. All we can do is go off reports that often contradict each other and pick our side. Do you think the Seahawks trade up? That's not really the John Schneider way. I don't think so. If Arch Manning has a good season next year, I don't think he's going to stay in college. Like, why? I mean, Arch Manning is basically money in the bank #1 overall as long as he plays well. How close are we to selling the team? That's really hard to guess. It seems like in the next few years, but again, we're just kind of speculating. We don't get to know how the sausage is made on this stuff. Would you ever rather have Brandon Cooks or Cooper Kupp? Probably Kupp. I think Cooks is more washed up. I definitely don't want Shadur Sanders. I definitely don't want Shadur Sanders. He's done enough stuff that makes me feel like this is a bit of a disaster waiting to happen. Why on earth would Jody sell? There's no reason at all. Because she doesn't want to own the team anymore. That would be the theory, right? Also, technically, she has to sell the team contractually. It's just she could choose to kind of sort of sell the team to herself. I don't feel like getting into all the details on it right now, but maybe she just doesn't want to own the team anymore. What would you say Darnold needs to be successful in Seattle's offense besides the line? A deadly play action game. A deadly play action attack. We can't extend Spoon yet, Jamal. Players have to be in the league for 3 years before they're eligible for an extension, so we don't have to worry about that. I think it starts at 1, maybe noon. I can't remember. Didn't Shedeur throw his offensive line under the bus at Colorado publicly? Like, you don't want a quarterback that does that. That's not good. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Here we go. MVS. We got a signing, people. We got a signing. Marquez Valdes-Scantling, 1 year. Not bad, actually. 5.5 million. That's not too bad. He's probably capable of being a number 3 receiver in this offense. I think he's capable of being a number 3 receiver in this offense because the number 3 receiver will have a minimized role. Okay, let me get in on the board and then cut a video here. So everyone chill out for a second. Okay, here we go. Okay. Give me a couple minutes to cut this video, guys. All right. All right, everybody. We've got ourselves a Seattle Seahawk signing. That's right. This is not a drill. The Seattle Seahawks have made a move. It's not a huge move, but it is the kind of move that I was expecting at some point this offseason. So let's talk it through here. The Seattle Seahawks have signed wide receiver Marquez Valdes-Scantling, better known as MVS, to a 1-year, $5.5 million deal. Leon Brown, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Marquez Valdes-Scantling has had a pretty decent career as a capable but not particularly standout NFL wide receiver. His best seasons are around 700 yards. He's kind of a big play threat throughout most of his career. He's had a very high yard per reception average. He's relatively inefficient as a receiver, so it's almost a little, and I don't mean to draw a one-to-one comparison, but it's a little like Deshaun Jackson was, except just not as much volume. Deshaun Jackson was a guy who would catch around half the balls thrown his way, but the passes he caught tended to go for big gains. You could kind of think about him in those terms. He just never got to the heights of a Deshaun Jackson in terms of volume. but this is kind of the sort of signing that I was expecting from the Seahawks at some point this offseason, because we need a receiver that we can put some degree of trust into as like a number 3 receiver. And in Kubiak's offense, I think MVS is pretty much adequate for that. Scantling was in New Orleans last season with Kubiak. He started 8 games for the Saints last year after being traded from Buffalo, and he was what he typically is. He didn't catch a high percentage of passes thrown his way, but he made big plays on those catches. So this is the kind of player that Clint Kubiak wants to have in his offense. He's also a 2-time Super Bowl champion, by the way. Won 2 Super Bowls with the Chiefs in 2022 and 2023. And I think that this is pretty reasonable. I think this is pretty good. Again, we needed, I'd say, one veteran receiver this offseason. Miguel Rodriguez, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. But yeah, he wasn't necessarily on my list in a very highly prolific fashion, but I do appreciate his fit, and I do appreciate the approximately correct value if you're looking at him as a number 3. So we'll probably talk more about him a little bit later. I'll go into more detail, but for now, all we need to know is Marquez Valdes-Scantling is a Seahawk, 1 year, $5.5 million. It's nice and cheap. It's less than a lot of these veteran receivers are likely to get, and the main reason for that is Miguel Rodriguez, thank you for the $1.99 again. The main reason is just that he didn't have as prolific a quote-unquote prime as other players, which doesn't really matter to us because these players that are available are by and large past their prime. So I appreciate it. I dig it. I think this is pretty good. I think this works. It's something that will not really affect cap space that much this year or beyond because it's a 1-year deal for cheap. And I think he's capable of doing what we will ask of him. So good start to the day. Marquez Valdes-Scantling. See you guys later. Go Hawks. Got plenty more to hope to happen later today. Okay, real quick here. Let's see. Miguel Rodriguez. What's up with Reed and should we want him? Jarek Reed. He gets hurt. He's gotten hurt. He's had 2 big injuries. MVS is not that bad. In this offense, he's more than good enough to be a number 3 receiver. I will be surprised if MVS makes the team. That's selling him way too short, especially on this team. This team has some of the worst receivers in football past their number 1. MVS is better than Derek Young. MVS is better than Jake Bobo. He's better than Cody White. Come on. It really doesn't take that much for MVS to make this team. Let's chill out a little bit here. And it's cheap and it's a 1-year deal. It's like, it's not the greatest thing ever, but it works. A true. I mean, MVS is kind of a jag, I guess. I think that's an appropriate way to put it, but we're paying him appropriately for a jag, and it's a 1-year deal, so who cares? It's cool. What's wrong with signing a jag to a jag contract when you have one of the worst receiver rooms in the league? Give me. I like how everybody's talking about this signing, and then you got one guy in chat still talking about the Avatar movies. It's like, what are you, a half hour in the past? Sorry. I don't mean to be mean, but that was very funny. Somebody in the chat is talking about Avatar. We just signed somebody. Cup probably is better, but Cup is also not a free agent right now, so you sign who you can. The value is appropriate. He is a speed demon. Yeah, he can fly. He can fly. He is a deep threat. It's a little Deshaun Jackson-y. He catches a low percentage of passes, but the catches he makes tend to be big plays. Yeah, so yeah, this is good, guys. This is a good signing. He's also big too. Actually, he's like 6'4", I think. Let me check this real quick. Yeah, he's 6'4" with speed. He was never a great receiver, but that doesn't really matter at this point. Green, I don't think MVS is a wide receiver 2. I think he's wide receiver 3 in the sense that JSN is wide receiver 1. Worth up to 5.5 million? Yeah, okay. I mean, most contracts are like that now, right? There's a little bit of there's a little bit that's in incentives for like every contract now. I feel like it wasn't the case in the old days, but I could be wrong. Who's 2 then? We don't know yet. We'll find out either in the next couple months or maybe never. He averages like 300 yards a season. What are you talking about? He's had more than 300 yards every season in his career. I'm looking at his stat sheet right now. He has had at least 300 yards. He has had at least, actually, 315 yards every season. And other than one season, he's had at least 411 yards every season. So, no. He averages about 500 yards a season, actually. There's an M. Valdez that's a defensive end. I've never heard of him before. He has 2 300-yard seasons and 1 25-yard season? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He had 25 yards in 6 games in Buffalo when he wasn't playing before the trade. He went to New Orleans and had almost 400 yards in 8 games. What are you people talking about? Why do we judge everybody by the worst moment of their life? Why do we assume that everybody is the worst version of themselves that they've ever been at all points in time? I don't understand it. Calm down. Chill out. He barely played in Buffalo. MVS is not going to be asked to do a ton here anyway. Kubiak doesn't use a lot of receivers. He is perfectly adequate for the kind of role we're going to be asking him to play. This gives us freedom to do BPA type things in the draft now to a certain extent. And if we get to camp and he looks washed up, it's probably going to be very cheap to let him go. But there's no reason for him to be washed up. He's 31. He's going to be 31 in October, so actually not even. Okay, did I miss anything in chat while I was talking about the signing? Let me make sure here. No, we're caught up. Okay, cool. All right, people. All right, celebrate. We have a signing. And it's pretty good. I'd say this is pretty functional. But we're hoping for something a little bit bigger now. I understand that. But this was a role that we needed occupied. Bobo or MVS? Bobo is not good. Bobo is not good. MVS is absolutely better. There's no reason to believe Bobo is very good as anything other than a wide receiver 4. Well, yeah, David. I mean, that's one of the big benefits of a young football player. They're cheap. But once they get that second or third contract, they're not cheap anymore. So I think the value of that is overstated a little bit. Troy Dye. Let's take a look here. Yes, linebacker Troy Dye. Okay, let me get that on the board here. Nick, you're talking about Joey Bosa, right, AA? Because Nick Bosa was not available. Joey Bosa is available. Nick Bosa is on one of the most expensive deals in the league. Mm-hmm. Put it in the NFL moves? No. I don't need to put it in the NFL moves. It's a Seahawks move. Oh, shoot. I see. I accidentally put it. Hold on. Okay, that's going to freak people out a little bit. So, yeah. I didn't realize I did that. There we go. Okay. Pretty good, guys. Cowboys not in the mix for veteran wide receiver Cooper Kupp. Ah. God dang it. There we go. MVS can't catch. If MVS can't catch, then explain to me why he has 205 career catches in the NFL. Explain. If he can't catch, why does he have catches? Why can a player who cannot catch? You're going to hate this dude by week 5? It's a 1-year deal for not very much money. There's nothing to hate. It's a trade-off, guys. If MVS had that really high yard per reception and he had really good hands, he would be getting way more money. This is why he's cheap. And remember, Kubiak doesn't use receivers as much as almost anybody else. We don't need every player that we get to be a perfect player. We just need the player to be good enough to occupy the role that they have. Terrell Owens had terrible hands. Does anybody here not want Terrell Owens? Would anyone here not take Terrell Owens? You shouldn't expect to get a perfect player on a 1-year, $5.5 million deal. You're going to get a flawed player, but this fits what we need, fills a hole, and doesn't require any long-term commitment. He's probably about as good as current, like they're completely different players, but he's probably about as good as current Stephon Diggs or Keenan Allen, and he's probably cheaper than those guys are going to be. Chill out, people. He's definitely not as good as Diggs. Well, Diggs is coming off a major injury, so this year I'm not so sure about that. I just don't think we're anywhere close to playoffs next year. Well, you still have to fill out the roster somehow. And we did it in a way that's not really requiring a big investment or even a medium-sized investment. And maybe we end up drafting a couple receivers we really like, and MVS doesn't even make the team. That's possible too. But now we have the freedom to not hit a grand slam on the draft and still have competent players. Because it's not reasonable to expect two rookie wide receivers to be really, really good. And MVS is kind of coming off of his best season because he only had 8 games in New Orleans and he had almost 400 yards. He was on pace to have like a 900-yard season if he played the whole season in New Orleans. And he did a lot of that with Spencer Rattler. Yeah, blue and green zone. We've been talking about that over the last couple of days, or last day or so. It's a pretty reasonable theory. I don't think Gino wanted a 4-year deal, though. I don't think that's very likely. I think it's far more likely that Gino wanted a like 2-year extension. And JS just couldn't get the deal that he wanted. Oh, Rashad Weaver. Oh, I forgot Rashad Weaver was still in the NFL. What do you think about Tetro McMillan at 18? He's probably going to be gone by 18, I think. He is nice. He's nice with it. Yeah, 4th-round pick for the Titans. I remember him. JSN will want to play the 2 spot, though, right? Well, JSN I'm looking at as being a number 1. I think JSN's the number 1 in practice, if not in the sense that he's going to be an outside receiver, but JSN will get the most targets and be the most productive receiver. That's how I'm looking at it. MVS is your number 3, and somebody we don't know yet is the number 2. Probably a rookie, and that is dicey, but at the very least, MVS will make it a little bit easier to accomplish that. Or you get Cooper Kupp, and he's the number 2, and that's okay, I guess. Would you rather take a between receiver, Diggs, Cooper, Keenan Allen, or address it in the draft? If those are the options, I guess I'd rather do the draft. Kupp is a little more interesting because I feel like Kupp has a little bit more left. Seattle Chat Sports says the MVS signing to the Seahawks is bad because he only had one. Oh. Because he only had 1 touchdown in 2022 and 2 touchdowns in 2023. Well, okay. I think the Sam Darnold signing is bad because I forgot how to tie my shoes this morning. That's what I think about that statement. That's what I think about that really weird and bizarre comment. Like, I don't know what to say about that. That is a very, very odd thing to say. Let's take one kind of fairly esoteric and narrow and arguably non sequitur element of a guy's career and make it and try to pass some sweeping statement along based on that one particular thing. I don't. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's really weird to me. Goofy. Yeah, Derek Young's still on the team. Yeah. Shout out Bo Melton, man. Guys, MVS has been in the league for a while now. He's got like, what, a 7 or 8 year career? Are you really going to judge him based off one stat in 2 seasons? You have a whole career to judge him off of, and you're judging him based off the number of touchdowns he had in 2 seasons? That doesn't make any sense. We have a whole career to evaluate here, and he's pretty much always been a competent receiver with a genuine skill set that adds value. And again, if we get to training camp and preseason and he doesn't look like he's going to be any good, there's probably going to be a pretty cheap way to just let him go and go a different direction. It's not like we committed anything, ironclad to him. Tumbo, he was on the Saints last year playing with Spencer Rattler. That's not true at all. Last year he spent 8 games playing with the garbage Saints and Spencer Rattler. Otherwise, you are pretty much correct, admittedly. But that's probably why this happened. Kubiak probably likes him because he worked with him last year. I mean, would you rather give $20 million a year to Keenan Allen, who's like fat and out of shape and can barely get open anymore because he's slow? I don't understand. What position should we go for with our first 2 picks? I don't really think about things like that because, I want Kenneth Grant in the first round, and he's a defensive tackle, which a lot of people wouldn't be into positionally. But I think Ken Grant would make our defense borderline elite. One-third of MBS's career catches have gone for 20 or more yards. He is a big play threat. There is clear value there. Think we may still take a QB in the draft? Not really anymore. We could, but we already have 2 quarterbacks. No, I'm not drafting Shadur Sanders. I'm not in. I'm not on that wagon. Let me check, just for fun. Yeah, PFF thought he was they graded him pretty well last year. And he's had some okay run blocking seasons by PFF standards, some bad ones too. Not that I'm really sure what to think about that. You wouldn't draft Shadur? No. He's already throwing his offensive lineman under the bus. If he comes to Seattle, he's really going to throw his offensive line under the bus because our offensive line sucks. Needs to go to a team with an offensive line that is never throw under the busable. Needs to go to I don't know. What's the team with a good offensive line? The Packers? You prefer Dart over Sanders? No. I'm just trying to stay away from that. That feels like a stay away to me. Look at the drops. Okay, he has drops. Every player has drops. Chill. If he didn't have drops, he would cost a lot more money. Browns? Feels like they're not as good as they used to be, but yeah. Who caught the game-winning pass in the touchdown in the Super Bowl? Was it MVS or was it... Who caught the game winner? It wasn't MVS, was it? It was, shoot. God, I'm trying to remember here. Hardman, yes, thank you, Mecole Hardman. There we go. I don't know why I forgot that for a second. Who cares? Yeah. Kadarius Toney. Kadarius Toney was actually good in the previous Super Bowl. That's the crazy thing. Yeah, MVS was good in the Super Bowl. And even if he's not good, it's not enough money to matter. I don't. This is the thing that people trip about. Signing a talented but flawed receiver to a small 1-year deal. Like, how is this more controversial than giving $100 million to Sam Darnold? I don't get that. Oh yeah, he had that play where he ran backwards 10 yards. I remember that. That was pretty bad. Yeah, I know Shitter's offensive line was bad, but the fact that he's going out there and throwing them under the bus in public is a concern. You don't like that stuff. You would prefer they not do that. That's not good leadership. Like, Geno Smith never did that, and people thought he was a bad leader because sometimes he would throw his iPad down. MVS is budget DK and Darnold is budget Geno. There's a little bit of truth to that. There's a little bit of truth to that. I could kind of see where that's coming from. Okay, nothing new in the last 10 minutes or so. We're chill. We are chill, people. Oh, so while a lot of people are here, I meant to show this earlier. So, people were asking for like a tier list yesterday. It's not really a tier list, but I did. If you look on screen right now to my right, or your right, or the right of the screen, whatever, you can see a list of remaining free agents, roughly sorted by their perception to the league, based on market value projections from Spotrac by and large. So if you want to know who the top remaining players are, this is at least a pretty decent place to start. So I know a lot of people were asking for this. I couldn't provide it until today. I'm providing it now. And I think Greg Gaines may have signed. I'm not sure. If I can confirm that, I'll take him off the list. Anyway, okay. Gaines did sign? Okay. I like Gaines. Fun player. Okay, so we took him off the list. Ryan 2, thank you for the $1.99. Any chance there's any receiver at 18 who? The name right now might be Golden. Matt Golden in Texas. I need to look into him a little bit more to try to feel out how I feel about getting him at 18. My gut says no, but I need to look at him more. You think Seattle will sign Juice to a 1-year deal? I'm open to it, but he's pretty dang old. I mean, he really may not have much left. I would definitely be wary of that, but it depends on the contract. Hill and Conklin both gone. I haven't heard. I didn't hear anything about Conklin. If Ted McMillan falls to 18, I think that's probably the right pick. But I don't think he falls to 18. But if he does, yeah. What was the theory you were talking about in your day 2 recap video last night? That just has to do with like Jody planning on selling the team soon and not wanting to commit long-term money to a team she's about to sell because of the way signing bonus money works. Didn't put the morning signs on the NFL moves. I don't do anything that happened before 9. Just to make things easier for me. I don't want to sit here and backfill the list for 800 hours. Chances we get Harold Fannin Jr. in rounds 2 to 3. He's interesting. I got to dig a little deeper into him. That one's kind of tough. I'm not sure how well it's going to work in the NFL, but I'm intrigued. Mm-hmm. Would a Cup signing be good? I'm open to it. I don't know if it'd be good, but I'd be open to it. I think it'd be reasonable. Hmm. No, Juice is Kyle Juszczyk. Kyle Juszczyk. Yo. All right, still nothing else going on. Everything's quiet and chill. Yeah, Gaines re-signed with Tampa Bay. I've seen that. UCJSN and Cup fitting. Well, Cup would have to play on the outside a lot, but, you know, he can do it. He can play on the outside. I think Jenkins is either 26 or 27. Ugh. Zietler would be fine, but man, you are taking a risk that he's just going to hit the wall at this point. Uranium. Yeah, Jenkins is theoretically entering his prime. But he's been very good in previous years, so it's not like you're betting on him figuring it out. He's figured it out. He's already a good player. Cup doesn't get released until the new league year starts. I think that's 1 p.m. or something. It's either 1 p.m. or noon, if I recall correctly. So he hasn't been released yet. Hmm. I'm not a big buffet guy, Ringworm, honestly. I'm not really big on buffet stuff. I don't eat enough. I'm not somebody who can just, like, I've known people who can just eat a ridiculous amount of food in one sitting. I've never been that guy. I don't know who James Rapian is. Is he a NFL insider? I'm not familiar with him. Still hitting the gym? I haven't been in a couple weeks, but generally speaking, yes, Adrian. You have to fast to eat a lot? Yeah, and I'm not good with that. How good is the probability that Christian Haynes becomes an actually passable starter this year? It's a reasonable bet. It just becomes much more likely if you get a really good veteran to play next to him. Alec Iomenor is good, Bray Dog. I do like him. He is nice. All right. When the MVS noted on my phone, it didn't say who it was. Well, we would have had to trade for Shaheed, so I'd still be pretty happy if I were you, Gavin. We got an appropriately priced, capable receiver. He's a Bengals reporter? Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to draft receivers this year. There are definitely receivers that I like. I would hesitate to assume that they're going to be great in their rookie year, but there's nothing fundamentally wrong with doing it. And, you can do other things to affect the odds of it working, right? Like the better your offensive line is, the more likely it is a rookie receiver can have a good year. So you're going to have to take some things on faith in the NFL. There's no situation where everything gets to just be completely nailed down. You just want to nail down as much as you can so the things you take on faith are more likely to occur. Would you want Luther Burden if he was there? No, he's a slot receiver. I don't think we need another slot receiver. I don't think the Cardinals are contenders, but they should be pretty decent. Is Cup owed money by the Rams? He must be. If they're going to release him, then I'm sure they're going to owe him a lot of money. I just don't know how much that affects what he's going to take this year. Remember, it's not like he would be taking the vet min with the Seahawks to try to win the Super Bowl. That's not realistic. So I would assume he wants some money unless it takes money off of his old deal. Assuming a guy like Golden or McMillan are there at 18, do you prefer them over O-line in round one? Golden, I'm not so sure. McMillan, though, yes. I think McMillan's too good to pass up. Again, I don't think he'll be there, but if he is, I think that's the value, and you got to hit it. Chargers signed Ragor. I really liked Jalen Ragor when he came out. Really surprised he never made it. Let me get that on the board here real quick. Oh, he was on the Chargers last year. I didn't even realize that. All right, it's on the board, people. Just to remind people, this is the remaining free agent list. Not really sorted by anything other than estimated value from Spotrac. Becton is still available, yes. He's on the list for the moment. Again, I don't know if that's the right play for this team, but whatever. You know, there's one thing that the team could do that would be okay. I think if they got Dalton Risner, that would at least be... That would be kind of okay. Dalton Risner is kind of like Temu Tevin Jenkins. And that sounds like an insult, and it kind of is, but he'd be a lot cheaper. And he was on Minnesota last year, playing with Darnold. So it's not completely out of pocket. Josh Myers, it depends on who you ask. Some people think he's not good, actually. Surprisingly high percentage of people really do not like Josh Myers. It's just not a good time to be a center, man. These centers are not good, the ones that are available. Corbin was like, watch the Becton tape in the Super Bowl. He thinks he can fit. Maybe. Mhm. Can we get Bradbury for a fourth rounder? I'm not sure. How good is Bradbury? I feel like that's another one that people are pretty polarized on. Does he choose to get where Cup goes? You would assume so, especially if he gets cut. Mostly X. MVS has to be wide receiver 3 at best, right? I think in function, yes. Unless you really don't care about this season, which, I mean, that's debatable, but, you know, Sam Darnold is sitting there like, hey, I really hope you guys care about this season. I don't want to die. No, free agency doesn't end today. Free agency never really ends. Thoughts on Trey Brown to the Niners? I don't really have any thoughts on it. He's talented, he's capable, but last year was really bad, and I think we need to go in a different direction. Trey Brown was disappointing last year, and I liked him before this last year too. I was optimistic about him, but it just didn't work out. Is Joby lined up to be the number 2 corner? I mean, he'll be the outside corner in nickel sets probably as of right now. Would you rather be a nose tackle or a center? I don't know what to think about that one. Never really thought about that. Never thought of Trey Brown as having an attitude. I can't really think about anything I feel about there. Huh. That would be news to me. Do you think we could try Joby in 3 safety sets, then Spoon and Woolen on the corners? I don't know if Joby's ever played safety, so that would be kind of hard for me to evaluate. Okay, we're still moving kind of slow right now. Nothing going on. Everybody, breathe. Someone in my comments just called JSN a deep threat. Can someone explain this to me? How is JSN a deep threat? Even if he is, he's a slot receiver. We needed a bigger outside guy, which MVS is. Like, man. No, not in chat. This was actually a comment that I got on YouTube. You ever play Elden Ring? Yeah, I played that about a year and a half ago. Finally, I beat it. It was very, very good. It was maybe even great. Ugh. Which player were you most impressed by last year? I was really impressed by Kobe Bryant. Probably JSN, honestly, because I was a little bit worried about JSN at a certain point. I was like, okay, when are we going to get the player we were promised? And then suddenly we did. I think MVS ran like a 4.3740 or something. Sad Mariners fan, I've played every Soulsborne. I've beaten every Soulsborne game, I think. I've beaten every Soulsborne game, to my knowledge. I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure I have. I've played several Fallout games, Steph. 3, New Vegas, 4, and 1. What about the Samurai one? There, I don't. You're talking about Sekiro. That's my favorite, actually. Sekiro is my favorite. Sekiro, the skill gap in Sekiro is so high. I just loved it. If you knew what you were doing, you could just absolutely mow through that game, but if you didn't, you had no chance. I love the skill gap. It wasn't like what was I gonna say? Yeah, it's like in other Soulsborne games, you end up trading damage a lot. Like, I'll hit you, you hit me, I'll hit you, you hit me until one of us falls over. Sekiro wasn't like that. Yes, I beat Bloodborne. That was years ago, though, man. It's probably been like 7, 8 years since I played Bloodborne. What's your favorite game of all time? Final Fantasy VII. Why didn't we get Ryan Kelly at center? Yeah, to me, that one's a little indefensible, especially for that contract. Like, I like pretty much all Souls games, but I think it's hard to deny that a lot of them turn into, like, take turns hitting each other until one of them falls over. Sekiro was not like that. That's why it was my favorite. Remake or Rebirth? Rebirth was better. There was more going on. Rebirth was better. I really wish they didn't make the remakes of Final Fantasy VII like that. But what they did was still very good. I just wish they weren't so afraid to make a traditional game. Well, CD Woods, it's more like the parry system, right? You have to get really good at parrying, and if you get good at parrying, you can do anything in that game. You can literally go through the whole game without getting hit once if you get really good at parrying. Like, I don't think anybody could go through all of Bloodborne without ever getting hit. Like, you're going to get hit in those games. That's the way the game is meant. Ever play Dark Souls? Yeah. Absolutely. I did not play Liza P yet. I did play both Nioh games. No, I haven't played a Call of Duty game in a long time. Ooh, we got a signing of Mariota to the Commodes. Yes. Marcus Mariota back to the Commodes. Oh. I haven't played Wukong yet either. I heard mixed things about Wukong. Do you think we'd have to trade up to take Tyler Warren? At this point, yes. I think he's a little too good. Hold on one second, guys. Yeah. Rams have informed Cooper Kupp they're releasing him today. Technically, they can't yet. There could still be a trade, but sure looks like he's getting released. Could we get a Colston Loveland Syvon Williams combo 1 and 2? I think I'd be okay with that. Ooh. The Dark Knight is coming back to IMAX May 23. I may have to check that out. Every mock I've seen, Tyler Warren doesn't even go in the first. That's the exact opposite of my experience. I played Elden Ring like a year and a half ago, Montana Martin. Played through the whole thing. We could be heroes forever and ever. We could be heroes forever and ever. Cup has been released. I thought he wasn't going to get released until the league year rolled over. I don't think it's rolled over yet. I feel like I heard grumblings going into free agency. The Seahawks had interest in Tevin Jenkins, and now James Rapian is reporting they're one of 3 teams. Okay, let's see where this goes, people. You should play more Pokemon games. I don't want to support what Nintendo is doing with Pokemon. I don't want to support Nintendo with my money with how lazy they are with Pokemon games. Oh, Game Freak. Okay, fine, whatever, Game Freak. Either way, that's so lazy what they're doing with Pokemon games. And I don't want to give them money for that. They literally make Pokemon games that look like PS2 games and put no effort into it because they know they don't need to, instead of actually trying to make a really cool next-gen updated experience. They just churn out the same slop every time because they know they don't need to. I hate that. Make a game that looks better, make a game that runs better, make a game that adds something new, that brings something different to the table. I'm not ignoring the Trey Brown move, it just happened hours ago. There could still be a buzzer-beating trade on Cooper Cup, guys. It don't completely count it out. It's not up on your list because it happened before 9. I'm not going to put things on the list that happened before 9. Pain in the butt. Well, the other reason I don't like Call of Duty is the games never go on sale. It feels like the games are $60 forever, and I don't want to spend $60 on a Call of Duty game that I'm only going to play for a few days. The performance issues are on the Switch, Al. That's part of it too, but there are Switch games that look better than the Pokemon games. Like, the Metroid Prime Remaster looked beautiful. The Shin Megami Tensei 5 looks great. The frame rate drops every now and then on SMT5, but you can do better than what they're doing with those Pokemon games. If not graphically, then with the gameplay. Give me a narrative. Give me something that makes me really feel like I'm part of that universe instead of just going through the motions. I haven't played Vengeance yet, said Sad Mariners fan. I have not played Vengeance yet. I will. It kind of sucks because I might have to go through the base game again first before I can unlock the extra Vengeance content. I'm not sure. But personally, I'm hoping I can just do the alternate paths from the jump. If the rumors of them releasing a classic collection of Pokemon games, I will buy that. That's more interesting to me, admittedly. All right. Let's go ahead and put it on the board. Even though I don't think he can technically be released for another hour or so. Oh, okay, Sad Mariners fan. That's good. I just don't want to spend 100 hours doing something I've already done just to spend another 100 hours doing the new stuff. What's for lunch? I don't know. I'll figure it out soon. You can always emulate the older games. I've done that before. I've done that before. And I've had fun doing it. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I grind SMT5 on company time. What do you think about MVS? I like it. I'm good for that. Packers, Titans, and Seahawks expected to be in on Cup. I love Atlas to death, but it does get annoying with them re-releasing games and forcing you to pay full price. Well, how often do they really do that? They did it with Royal, which was worth it, which was worth the full price re-release. They did it with... They didn't do it with Golden. That's the thing, right? Golden was $20. I remember you singing that Shinji song. Oh, yeah, that's... Yo, this is a story about a boy named Shinji living in the flooded streets of New Orleans. Gendo Shinji's father is a scientist, okay? So he built a giant robot for Shinji's birthday. Shinji's friend Ray knows how to bust a cap. When she's not fighting aliens, she's taking a nap. Without Asuka from Germany, everybody would be lost. Her country is responsible for the holographic map. Shinji said, "Thanks, Daddy. Can I take it for a whirl and use it to help my friends save the world? Now come on, Shinji. Let's get this party on and kick alien butt in your Evangelion." What that is, that's a parody of 4Kids anime dubs. It was imagining what it would be like if Evangelion was dubbed by 4Kids, what they would have done with the opening theme. And they absolutely would have done something for that. So it's really funny. Well, the problem with... Well, Persona 5 Royal just added a ton of stuff. But the problem with Persona 5 Royal was that it was too easy. They gave you, I think, like, infinite ammo or something. Like, I don't know. It was too easy. But it is a much better game. You are right about that, 100%. I agree with you. You getting the new Assassin's Creed game? Probably not. And I like that series. All the Persona games are too easy. Not the original 3. Not original 3. Original 3 was actually hard. Do you hit up the casinos at all? I haven't in a couple years. I've been too busy. And it feels weird gambling when you don't have an official job. Like, I kind of have a job, but I don't know. It feels weird going to a casino when you don't have a ton of disposable income. And I've honestly been too busy lately anyway. I played P1, Sad Mariners fan. It's fine. Also, I live in Washington State. I live in Washington State, and gambling in this state is really annoying. I hate it. They make everything so hard to do. Anyway. What do you do for work? I'm a software developer, but I haven't worked in a little while. Offers are starting to flood in, though, so something's going to happen pretty soon here. But it's still not a great market. Did you ever play Little Big Planet? I think I played every Little Big Planet game. I think, except the kart racer. I think they did a kart racer. I have a love-hate relationship with the series. I kind of liked, but the first movie was it, but the final two movies were fantastic. I didn't like Rebuild that much. I don't know if I didn't like the Rebuild because it was different or if I thought it was not very good, but I couldn't get into the Rebuilds that much. I really didn't like what they did with Asuka. I didn't... I felt like the happy ending was kind of shoved in awkwardly. I didn't like the new character very much. I thought that a lot of the stuff that happened in the last movie didn't make sense and was just kind of like stuff happening. The original series felt very appropriate that it would have a brutal ending, and they decided to have that brutal ending. Is the reason you like the Huskies because you went there? That's certainly a big part of it. Do you play any sports games? I try not to. They take up too much time. The only one that I like is the show. Madden sucks now, and 2K's headed that way. 2K has it. I appreciate 2K a little bit more, but still. FIFA. I'm not a soccer fan. I've never really played a FIFA game. I'm not my thing. Corbin Smith is reporting that Seahawks may pivot to Becton because of the ties between him and Benton. I mean, the problem with that is that he sucked with Benton, right? Because that was with the Jets. Like, he was atrocious with Benton. I don't know how I feel about that. What did I miss? Cooper Kupp got released officially, Michael. Mariota re-signed with Washington. That's about it. Yeah, honestly, guys, I wouldn't be angry if we brought Lockett back, but I think it's probably a good thing that we're moving on here. I think it's probably the right thing to do. So, understand that, even if you brought Lockett back for 1 year, it's not going to be more than 1 year. And then you just kind of wasted your time spinning your wheels on something that was not part of the long term. Mm-mm. Not to derail, but it is like, man, every Evangelion adaptation except for the original series really, I think, messes up the Asuka character. In the manga and in the rebuild, she's like a clone. She's like a test tube baby. I don't know why they do that. I don't know why that's supposed to be good. I don't know why that's supposed to be better. Now the manga's fine because they still give her the mommy issues, but In the rebuild, she doesn't have any mommy issues. I don't know what's supposed to be interesting about her in the rebuilds. Like, she's kind of a Mary Sue in the rebuilds. She's already a captain in the army or whatever. I think she's already a captain at 13 years old. She is as cool as she thinks she is in the original series, and I don't think that's that interesting. It's more interesting to have her to think that she's awesome, but actually not be. Almost all metrics say Woolen is a top cornerback in the league. But there's real problems there. Bobo is my religion. He's the tackling, the run support. Will you be covering Sonics if they come back? I might. I might. We'll see. My problem with Woolen is he's so unambitious. Like, it seems to me like he's happy to just be in the NFL. He's not motivated to be the best player that he can be. He's just like, I'm good enough to be in the NFL, and I'm good with that. Like, that doesn't square with me. Billy Henningsen, thank you for the $14.99 Australian? I don't know. Appreciate all of your coverage on the Seahawks. MVS signing could be fun. He has some big play highlights from the Saints last year. Yeah, that's exactly what he is. He's a big play threat. He's like lower volume Deshaun Jackson. He's lower volume Deshaun Jackson, and there's a place in the world for a player like that, especially for $5.5 million. I could see Woolen getting traded. Yeah, I'm still kind of into that idea. You already traded all the other good players. Why not trade somebody who's much less good? And I know people get their feelings hurt when I say that because they really like Woolen. I get it, but I'm just annoyed. He's just somebody who's like content to be in the NFL. Draymond Jones was good. Draymond Jones was not terrible, but not good enough to justify keeping around. Yes, I have heard the theory, the HHG. That is a very frustrating name to say because there are no vowels in that second word. But yes, I am definitely aware of that theory, and it makes sense. Someone explain the theory. Short version is how should I put this? The theory is that Jody Allen's about to sell, so she doesn't want to give out long-term contracts. Charlie Wilson, thank you for the €199. Did Seattle make a mistake not hiring Misato Katsuragi? Yes. I made a whole video about this about a year ago. I ran this down a year ago, so I don't really feel like I need to elaborate on it any further than I already have. Based on the Hawks' current defensive personnel, who do you think will provide the most pressures? Probably Leonard Williams, because he is such a beast. How would giving out long-term contracts negate our ability to sell that? It doesn't negate it. The theory is that it makes the team less appealing to a buyer because it's already committed part of its roster to someone else's vision. And also, when you give out a big long-term deal, you have to put signing bonus money into escrow immediately. It's not something that you gradually pay out of the salary cap money. And some owners don't like doing that, and some owners kind of can't do that because they're cash poor. I think the Mark Davis when the Raiders were in Oakland was like that. I have not played Liza P yet. I want to, but I haven't gotten to it yet. Okay, well, Nervosos, the theory is that there are people who are billionaires but still cash poor. You can be very, very wealthy. Your net worth can be very, very high, and you can still be cash poor. That is something that happens. Again, it's all just a theory, by the way. I want to be clear about that. Anybody who thinks they know anything for a fact here. By the way, I think I missed Ryan 2 super chat. Is there any chance of receiver at 18 who? There's certainly a chance. Golden is probably the most likely guy. Jenkins or Becton and why? Jenkins is a better scheme fit. NFL not going to sell to a cash poor buyer? Well, yeah, but Jody inherited the team. Anyway. Oh, holy hand grenade. I see. Welcome. Can Jody sell the team to herself? Kind of. Kind of. I mean, Becton's not really that athletic. He's a giant dude. He's really, really big, and he's not that athletic. So, I think Jenkins fits much better. But if we sign Becton, I would assume that we understand his skill set somewhat and have a plan to use him effectively. McKeon Silver, what do you think about Brady Henderson's report about John not going after any more high-priced OL after missing out on fries? Well, that contradicts some of the other things we're hearing, so we'll see. He's athletic for his size. Yeah, absolutely. But there are more athletic offensive linemen out there. Not that athleticism is the end-all be-all. Just off the top of my head, Oluwatimi is very slow and very unathletic, but he's still good in zone because he's smart. Corbin Smith indicates that we're in on Tevin Jenkins. According to Corbin Smith, there were 3 teams going for Tevin Jenkins, and the Seahawks are one of them. If I had to guess, I'd say we have about 40 to 45 million in cap space. Plenty. Don't even trip on cap space right now. There's nothing we can't do with this cap. Corbin Smith has been on everything lately. He's pretty on top of it, yeah. If Seattle wants to re-sign Cross, they need to set aside some cap room for that. No, they don't. If they re-sign Cross, then the cap hit for this year doesn't really change. It's just adding more years onto the currently existing deal. I don't see anything about Stone Forsythe yet. And we already replaced Stone Forsythe anyway, so it's not like keeping him is even really a consideration. Dude, the coffee is not hitting me as hard this morning, man. The coffee is not having the same effect. I don't know if it's because I didn't sleep as well last night, but whew. We even had something happen today, and I'm still kind of like, Anthony Bradford's actually extremely athletic. He just needs to harness his great physical skills. I think Anthony Bradford could fit. He just needs to be good. I've never had an energy drink in my life. I have never, ever had an energy drink at any point in my life. I don't think so. I think Bradford's very athletic. He's just not put it all together yet. And I like Bradford. I'm willing to figure it out. I drink at least one a day. That's probably not good. Red Dead Redemption 2 was excellent, Levi. That was a great game. No, I've never had Red Bull. I've never had a Monster. I've never had what are the other ones called? Like, there's Balls, or I don't know if Balls exist anymore. Ghost. Do they still have Four Loko, or did that get banned? Bang. Nos, Rockstar, yeah, okay. Yeah, is Four Loko still a thing, or did they ban it? Because when I was in college, Four Loko was really big. Four Loko hasn't had cat. Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that. In college, everybody was drinking it. And I remember there was like some legal fight over it. Maybe that's something I should do. I should like say, okay, if we hit the donation goal, I will drink my first ever Red Bull on stream. Maybe that would be fun. Like, I'll go get a Red Bull and be like, if we hit the donation goal, I will chug this on stream and we'll see what happens. Maybe I would think that it's disgusting. That would be part of the fun. Hey, Micah, how you doing? You know, I have thought about... Well, I don't drink alcohol at all, so I wouldn't want to do that. I think alcohol tastes weird, so I'm not doing that. I have thought about doing the one chip challenge at some point on the channel because I don't do spicy at all. I don't do spicy. I am not somebody who eats spicy stuff at all. So it would kill me. But it might be interesting to see what happens. Didn't someone die eating those chips? I don't think so. They're not nearly as bad as like the ghost peppers and stuff. One chip challenge messes up your stomach, really? I thought it was like... I thought the one chip challenge was like kind of tame compared to the stuff that other people do. Like the LA Beast, ghost pepper stuff. Like that messes up your stomach. Oh, I don't think anybody actually enjoys eating the one chip. Someone died? You take pre-workout? No, I don't. Yeah, the ghost pepper stuff, to my knowledge, is much worse than like the one chip challenge. Or what's that stuff? What's that like sauce that people like try by using the tip of a toothpick? What's it called? Plutonium 357 or something? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? What do you think it will take to keep Cup? I don't know. 8 to 10 million? I'm guessing. Ford Skyler, thank you for $4.99. Give us the Red Bull dono amount. I don't have a Red Bull, though, so I can't do it right now. Like, I don't have Red Bull in the house. No one in this house drinks Red Bull. So I don't have anything yet. I'd have to go get one. Michael, thank you for the $9.99 for your hard work and first Red Bull. Mad Dog 357, yes, thank you. That stuff looks like it could really kill you. That stuff, like LA Beast did the video where he like poured it into the ramen. And it was just like, this guy's going to die. Like you are not supposed to apply that much. Not even close. If you don't eat spicy, then start with something not as hot. Yeah, that would be the thing. I would have a extreme reaction to it. Mitchell Bonner, thank you for the $1.99. Do Alani. Those actually taste good. I've never heard of Alani. I'll tell you guys this much. 2 years ago, well, technically last year, if the Huskies had won the national championship game, I was going to smoke a cigar on stream. But we didn't win. And I have never smoked anything before in my life. So that would have been really interesting.
This time he goes down. It is Mosu who gets there.
Miguel Rodriguez, thank you for the $4.99. We can wait while you go get one. We've waitlisted for crazier things. I would do it off stream. I would do it like in my own personal life, like when I'm on the way home from something else. I wouldn't stop a stream to do it. Micah, thank you for the $9.99. When are we going to get a different haircut, Brandon? Also, are we happy with MVS? Hoping for an O-line pickup sometime soon. I'm going to get a haircut as soon as I can. I texted my haircut guy last week and he never got back to me, so I don't know what happened. But I am getting a haircut very soon because I'm not very happy with this one. It's not necessarily going to be anything too different than this, but it is going to be a different haircut. Are we happy with MBS? I'm fine with it. I think it's good. I think it works. Hoping for an O-line pickup sometime soon. Many, many people agree with you. Seahawks OG, thank you for the $1.99. Pick up an energy drink at lunchtime and let's go. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not door dashing. No, I'm not paying $15 for a Red Bull. You should take an edible if the Seahawks get Jenkins. I don't know how much I should say. I don't want to get in trouble on YouTube. I don't know how if I should even be saying this. I don't know if this is going to get me in trouble or not. I don't think so. There have been a couple of times where I have taken a gummy and streamed on Twitch, but I don't do that anymore. I tried the gummies for about a month to see if it would help with some anxiety. And it didn't work that well. It made me feel good for a little bit. But it didn't help me in the way I was hoping, so I just stopped doing it. I also tried a THC vape for a little bit, and it didn't help me either. Oh, it is legal in this state. It's 100% legal in this state. It is. That's not the issue. I don't think it's 100% legal where I live. Like, you can go into a store and just buy it. But anyway, it didn't help me. I felt different, but it didn't help me, so I just stopped doing it. I haven't done it in over a year. Cooper Kupp earned $93 million across 8 seasons with the Rams, so he doesn't necessarily need money. So we'll see what happens here. So yeah, all that kind of stuff, all that stuff. I tried a little bit of it, and it didn't work the way I was hoping for me. So I just decided, you know what, I'm not going to do it anymore. I think you might need to pick up the vape again next season to make it through. Well, that's the thing. It didn't really do much for me. And by the way, this stuff costs money anyway, right? This stuff is expensive. So why would I be into it if it's not helping me the way I was hoping? Like, it's like alcohol. People tell me if I keep drinking alcohol, eventually it'll start tasting good. And it's like, why would I force myself to continue to do this if it's going to cost money? Like, I have to pay for it and I have to work to make myself enjoy it? Hell no. But if the Huskies had won the national championship game last year, I would have smoked a cigar on stream, and it probably would have it probably would have been a disaster. But that was my plan. And then they didn't win, so it didn't happen, but it would have been terrible. I would have gone outside into my backyard, probably lost my mind, because cigars are like you don't pull cigar smoke into your lungs, right? You just pull it into your mouth. You don't really inhale the cigar, right? That's my understanding. You just pull it into your mouth and then you blow it out. I had an uncle who liked cigars when I was much younger, so I seem to remember that. You can easily get sick. Well, that'd be part of the fun, right? Oh, there we go. Stone Forsyth has signed with the Giants. So that's another free agent we've lost. Again, I'm not even going to bother making a video for it because it's not worth a video. We already signed his replacement anyway. Will you smoke on stream if the Seahawks win the Super Bowl this year? That might make sense. I don't really even understand what Zyn is. You drink? No, I don't really drink at all. I don't drink any alcohol at all, really. Hey, Hawk's Nest, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Zyn is just nicotine mints? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know very much about that. Would you do a Zyn on stream? Well, we did do something, Hawk's Nest. It's not particularly... It's not the most exciting thing in the world, but they're alive. And hey, we got I don't mind. I don't hate what we did. I don't know, guys. I mean, Stone Forsythe isn't good, but he was playing out of position last year. Don't count him out as like a capable backup. But again, we already signed his replacement anyway, so I don't think anybody thought he was going to come back. Zyn is a nicotine pouch. I don't think that would do that much for me. Hmm. Yeah, again, guys, I want to stress I didn't really want to give a 5-year deal to Will Fries. I didn't really think that I wasn't super into that idea. I'm totally fine with not doing that. My issue is that we coveted him a lot, but there was a line in the sand that we were unwilling to cross. That's the thing that doesn't square with me. That's the thing that doesn't sit with me. That is something that I think is indicative of the problem. And like yesterday it was um Will Fries, but it's going to be another player down the line. I mean, MVS looked real nice last year in the Kubiak offense, so I'm not surprised that this happened. I think it makes sense. Again, I don't think we're going to ask that much of him. The Kubiak offense doesn't lean heavily on wide receivers. MVS could end up being like purely situational as a deep threat off of max protect play action. Like, okay, yesterday we didn't want to give the 5-year deal to Will Fries. Okay, that's fine. And we lost out on him because of it. Okay. But what if today we find out that we lose out on Tevin Jenkins because he wanted 4 years and we would only give him 3? What if we lose out on the Eagles guy Becton because he wanted a 4-year deal and we only offered him 3? What if this keeps happening over and over and over and over and over? Do you see what I'm getting at here? It's not, if it's just a Will Fries thing, okay, but if it's a problem with everybody, then it's a big problem. And even if you or I didn't really want Will Fries that much, I think that the team did. So if they're willing to draw that line in the sand for a player they coveted, that means they could do it for any other player they covet. John, he only played 8 games for the Saints last year. I mean, well, here's the question. Here's the question. Do you consider Dalton Risner to be good enough? Is Dalton Risner good enough for you to feel like that will make the offensive line good enough for us to do what we need to do? That's kind of the budget option at this point. That would be certainly better than what we had last year, I think. But still, I don't know how exciting that is. Carr, Rattler, Taysom Hill, and Josh Allen. Pretty much. He didn't really play for the Bills, though. He only played after he got sent to New Orleans. Kubiak probably wanted MVS. Yeah. And I don't think there's anything wrong with MVS. I think that's fine. It can't be the only thing you do. If MVS is your number 2 receiver and he's playing 60 snaps a game, you're probably not going to be very happy with what happens. All right, guys, it's almost noon, and I have barely eaten anything today, so what's going to happen in a few minutes here is I'm probably going to leave for about half an hour. Maybe a little bit less, we'll see. I actually got to go figure out what food I even have right now. I got to figure out what I have and do something. I don't have a Red Bull, Minty. No, I'm not spending $15 on a Red Bull. Is Scherf an option? I feel like Scherf is kind of washed up, but it's not a bad one. If I was going to drink a Red Bull, it would not be 3 hours after I had coffee, when I do not do caffeine that much. Think about it for a second, people. If I never drink Red Bull and I almost never drink coffee, is it a good idea for me to drink a coffee and then drink a Red Bull within 3 hours of each other? If I did drink a Red Bull, it would be in a circumstance where I didn't just drink a coffee. By the way, apropos of nothing, but coffee's starting to taste a little bit better to me. I used to hate the taste of it and I only drank it to wake myself up occasionally. But the last few days I've been drinking coffee to wake up so I can do these streams, and I actually think it tastes okay now. I don't know if I like it enough to drink it casually, but I was like, okay, I'm coming around on this a little bit. Just black? Oh, no, no. If I tried to drink coffee black, I think that would be... No, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. I drink it the way Winston Wolfe drinks it. And 90% of people in this chat have no idea what I just said, but yeah, the 10%, I'm good with the 10%. Well, Cam Robinson's a left tackle, Micah. I don't know if that's going to work. I don't know if he can transition inside. Cup can play on the outside. Cup has played in the outside a lot in his career. He has played in the slot a lot too, but he can do it all. No, I'm not going to get coffee from Starbucks. Coffee from Starbucks is just like pure sugar. That means you're getting older, I guess. No, Starbucks sucks. I talked about this a little bit on the stream last night, but a couple years ago, me and my brother went in on getting a really expensive coffee machine for our mother, like really really expensive coffee machine. And you know, I'm gonna have a coffee machine that good in my house, I am going to use it on the rare occasions that I want to drink coffee because it is very very good. Yeah, I have a brother. Pedro, it's all right. I've had it a few times. I think it's okay. He's younger than me. He is younger than me. My brother barely watches football, guys. My brother barely watches football. My brother is a baseball fan. My brother loves baseball. He watches every Mariners game, goes to a ton of games. He's actually going to spring training this year. Why do we get compensatory picks? Because we let free agents leave the team last year and did not sign a commensurate number of players to replace them. I have thought about getting my brother on a Twitch stream with me. To do like a Danganronpa trial tier list. Because we both played and liked the Danganronpa games, but that would be something that would only appeal to very few people in the chat. Sam Darnold is a lot like me, Matt Hasselbeck. WTF does that mean? They're both... I don't know. I don't really see that comparison either. I kind of do, but Darnold has a much better arm than Hasselbeck. So is compensatory picks kind of a negative reflection on our GM? Not at all. Not at all. Yeah, I thought about doing like a joint tier list with my brother for each Danganronpa trial for the killing games, but I don't know. He played those games years ago. He might not even remember the trials that much. I bought the trilogy for him for his birthday, and he had no idea what it was, and then he really got into it with him and his wife actually played it together, and they loved it. You'd have my view with a Suikoden run. I'm probably going to do that at some point, but the problem is I actually own the original two Suikoden games, so getting the remaster would not sit super well with me. I kind of want to play the original. They made those into an anime. The anime wasn't very good. I watched part of it. I really hated the voices. I thought that almost every voice was significantly worse than the voices from the game, and they really just blew through the story. I have a physical copy of Suikoden 1, and then I have digital Suikoden 2. I could get Suikoden 2 physical, but it's super expensive. Optimal dump. I mean, okay, that may be true. And again, it's fine. Will Fries would have been a big risk. I understand not signing Will Fries, but okay, now what? The only Paradox game I played, Bobo is my religion, is EU4, which is good. It's a very good game. I liked EU4 a lot. Yeah, there's actually a physical copy of Suikoden 2 at my local retro gaming store, and I've thought about buying it before, but I'm like, I already bought it digitally. I don't want to spend hundreds of dollars on a physical copy of Suikoden 2 when I already have it digitally because I bought it before I knew I could get the physical, but I did get the physical Suikoden 1. Huh. That's interesting, Alf. That is interesting. That would certainly change my perspective on things. I I mean, again, we have contradictory reports here. So it's really hard, right? Like what can we really do other than just say these are the reports and they contradict each other, so we're going to have to choose which one to believe. It's hard to do anything else. But somebody is incorrect on this count, right? All right, it's just past 12, so I'm going to go try to find something to eat. Um could be gone for a little bit, guys. Hopefully nothing big happens in the next half hour or so. Let's see here. Let me make sure that yep, we're caught up. We're caught up, people. Be right back. All right, guys, we're back. How's everything going? One thing happened when I was gone. Kyer Elam got traded from Buffalo to Dallas. First round bust. Very, very little draft comp, but he was traded. Not much to say about it, honestly. I remember scouting Elam in the draft. I don't think I liked him that much. Jets are releasing Aaron Rodgers probably in like 35 minutes. Oh man, that is so much dead money. I think the Valdez thing is fine, Austin. It doesn't commit, it doesn't make a significant commitment to him. It's just, an appropriate contract for a player like that. Yes, Aguilar, I've heard about the new Will Fry story. Again, I want to stress we've gotten two contradictory reports here. We don't know which is true and which is false. And we maybe never will. So we all have to decide who we personally believe. No, I haven't heard anything about Sam Darnold's contract details yet. You think the Steelers will re-sign Russ? No, I think they're going to sign Aaron Rodgers. I think that's where this is headed. Remember, they can't sign him yet until he gets released. So it's not surprising. It's not shocking that he hasn't signed yet. Rogers just got released. Okay. Should we have kept Gino? I think I would have preferred that to what we're doing right now. I must admit. But that wouldn't really have worked well either. Like, we're still not. Like, Gino would not have been able to be good enough behind this offensive line, and Darnold even more so. I don't consider Sam Darnold or Geno Smith to be bridge quarterbacks. I don't consider, if they are bridge quarterbacks, they are much more expensive than they should be. A bridge quarterback is someone like Jacoby Brissett, or I don't know, Andy Dalton. Anybody who is like going to cost 10 million or less. If you're going to give a quarterback the Sam Darnold contract or whatever Geno Smith extension ends up being at, I think you are thinking about much more than just a bridge. Well, as of right now, what do I care about? I don't care about how much Geno or Darnold costs, really. If we're not going to spend the money, if we're not going to spend the money on things that are good and valuable, then what is the point of saving that money? Unless you're just trying to take it on the chin for 1 year because of all the dead cap you have, then I kind of get it. He could be a bridge still. If he's a bridge, that's a disaster. That's what I'm saying. We have a ton of cap space still. But again, if they spend it, they spend it. If they spend it well, they spend it well. But as of right now, we have not seen that happen. Alex Smith wasn't a bridge quarterback. Alex Smith made the playoffs almost every year he started in Kansas City, didn't he? And Alex Smith was a starter in KC for years before they even had Mahomes on their team. Yeah. I mean, there should not be an equivalency between a guy like a Jacoby Brissett or Andy Dalton and a guy like Sam Darnold. There needs to be a different, they're on a different level. It's a different thing. I like the idea of signing Cup. I'd be open to it. We'll see. Let me take a look at something here. Any veteran receiver is going to come with some degree of risk. I feel like Cup is the least washed up, but it's certainly debatable. Like the last 3 years, he's missed a lot of time, but he's been relatively productive. He's actually only going to be 32. But he does struggle to stay healthy, so there is certainly risk involved. And, I mean, everything's a risk, though, ain't it? Well, definitely an offensive lineman, Levy. I'm just not buying the idea that we can trust our young players that are unproven and draft picks. Keenan Allen did not ball last year. He had like 750 yards. He played okay, but to my eye, he was... To my eyes, he was not very good. He looked slow to me. I don't know if Devontae's completely cooked, but I think Keenan's a little more cooked. Personally. It's hard to estimate these things. The idea of trading for Trey Hendrickson. See, I don't know if Trey Hendrickson has ever played with his hand standing up. I think he's a hand in the dirt guy. I don't know if he's a fit. So that's hard for me to really speak to, but to my knowledge, he's a guy who always plays with his hand in the dirt. I don't think we need to replace Farrow. AJ Barner kind of replaced Farrow as the season went on last year. Like, we've got Fant and we've got Barner. I think that's fine. And remember, we did re-sign Brady Russell. Or tender him or whatever. So Brady Russell is kind of your third tight end fullback guy. Nothing on Becton. Let's go over to the remaining free agent list here. So you can see who remains on the market to the best of my knowledge. Every time I see Kevin Zietler's name, I think about the character that Jim Broadbent played in Moulin Rouge, because his name was Ziegler. So that would be fun to have Kevin Zietler. Every time I see Kevin Zietler on the field for the Seahawks, I could think about Jim Broadbent singing like a virgin. I mean, there's something to be said for that. What do you think about trading Reek? I have kind of favored that, but I'm not too wrapped up in it either way. I would like to trade him now, but I understand if they don't, and I'm not too upset about it if they don't. Hmm. I don't know, Devin. That's really hard to determine. I feel like he probably should be. Yeah, I like Barner. I think Barner's good. Yes, Lucky. um, Actual free agency starts in 20 minutes. Looks like we haven't really missed anything. Everything's cool, people. Will there be more signings when free agency actually starts? Maybe a little, but you wouldn't think so. A lot of the top names have already come off the board, so. What if Aaron Rodgers just retires? Like, that's believable, isn't it? He's old. Membo, if he's unavailable, Burden, Campbell, Grant, and Worry. I don't want Burden. I know that. Campbell's a little bit harder now, too, because you gave Ernest Jones the extension. Grant is one of my favorite guys to get at 18. Grant is one of my favorites. Worry, maybe. I'm a little bit concerned about him because he wasn't first round caliber on the field, but he became first round caliber because of the combine. Eddie Goldman. Oh wow. Eddie Goldman. I'm not seeing it yet. Oh, there we go. Yep, Eddie Goldman. He was actually on my list. So, what we're going to do, first thing we're going to do is we're going to put Goldman on the moves list. Then we're going to take him off of the remaining list. No reason not to want Luther Burden. He's a slot receiver. He's a slot receiver. We don't need another one of those. But I think at Tyrese Knight, I think he's a pretty cool cat. Uh, 1 second, guys. All right, back. Dylan Sosa, thank you for the $4.99. Woolen has posted on his Instagram of him training with other DBs, so that's a good sign. Hopefully he starts to realize his elite potential. I mean, the light switch could go on. The light switch could go on, Dylan. No reason why I can't. So I like that. But we'll see what happens. I'm open to either solution with Woolen, honestly. I'm not going to get super wrapped up in that one. Spare Rib, thank you for the $4.99. If Kubiak was our OC last year with the same players, how much better do you think we do? I think we would have done. I mean, we're definitely a playoff team. We're definitely making the playoffs. But I don't think we'd make a deep run or anything because the players on the offensive line still just weren't that good. Yeah, Parsons is going to cost way more than that. Parsons is going to be pretty crazy expensive. I'd probably do it, but man, that would hurt. Parsons would be like 2 first-rounders and maybe a decent player like a Derek Hall. Yeah, guys, I don't think Hendrickson fits. What do you think about Trey Brown to the Niners? He was really disappointing last year. And I was a fan, but there was no way we could bring him back, and I don't think there's any point in getting all wrapped up in him going somewhere else. You think Bosa was worth 12.6 the Bills gave him? That's not really a bad deal. That's really not. Like, there's risk involved with Bosa because he gets hurt a lot, but for 12.6, I think that's okay. Hmm. Ricky Ricardo, we don't know. We have no way of knowing. Let's see here. If we don't get any remaining left guards, then I think we're in big trouble for 2025. Thinking a rookie is going to be great in 2025 at the position is a reach. Has Atlanta done anything? They did some stuff. They brought in the corner. I can't remember his name. They signed the corner. Shoot. I know they've done a couple of things. They've done more than us. Thoughts on drafting Monheim to replace Olu? I mean, I think that thinking that Monheim will be better than Oluwatimi in Monheim's rookie year is unreasonable. Like, you just wouldn't expect a rookie to just slot in and be better than a guy who's at least been in the league for a couple years. Yeah, Kelly is the one that's going to kind of bug me a little bit. Olu's not bad, but I don't really think he's good either. He's just okay. Still nothing new, guys. Everything's chill. But 6 minutes away from one. 6 minutes away from one. Yeah, Higgins doesn't make sense, I don't think. Like, what's the difference between keeping Metcalf and trading Metcalf, trading for Higgins, and then having Higgins? Like, Higgins might be better, but Higgins is also going to be more expensive. I don't think age is a difference. Like, I don't see it. Yeah, Cubs from Eastern Washington. He played college there. Hmm. I haven't really looked at the running backs that much, Sandoval, so I don't really have much to say about that. The new league year starts in like 3 minutes. Do you think the Seahawks are planning to lean heavily into drafting IOL? I would assume so, but I don't think that that's a solution if you're actually trying to get something done this year. I don't think that's a very good way to go about things if you're trying to accomplish anything of value this year, which I mean, you did sign Sam Darnold, so that's the standard I'm going to hold you to. The other Iowa receiver I don't like as much as Higgins. I don't think there's that big of a difference between DK and Higgins, but point is, why would you trade one expensive receiver because you don't want to pay him, and then trade for a different expensive receiver of the same age? Like, I don't understand that. Yeah, and our hope is not a strategy. Steelers are signing Brandon Echols, cornerback from the Jets. Um, There we go. Brandon equals. Okay, we are here, people. It is now 1 o'clock. The league year has rolled over. And we have, oh wow, Russell Wilson visiting with the Browns. I mean, he'd probably get to play there at some point. But again, that's another place where all you're going to do is lose games. Don't you at least want a chance? That's the part I don't know I buy. Like, do you really just want to go somewhere to get your butt whipped for 17 games and then retire? Like, do you need money that badly? You would think that would be something that would not be do nothing but suck for him. He hasn't signed yet, but he's visiting. The thing is, they're going to start the year with Watson as the quarterback at least, right? Like, they're paying Watson all that money. They're obligated to play him until he actually gets hurt or becomes completely inept or becomes completely unplayable. Jack Sanborn signs with the Cowboys. Wow, he actually put up big numbers last year. I'm not too familiar with him. I remember the name from the draft many years ago, but I wasn't aware he had become such a prolific player. 1 year deal. Titans officially cut Sadiq Charles. John Watson going to stay out because of his medicals? Really? He's expected to not play in 2025? Wow. What a disaster. What an all-timer. All right. Jalen Royals seems all right. There was something about his testing that put me off him a little bit, but I'm going to have to look into it a little bit more. Wow, the Vikings are pushing all in Javon Hargrave. Oh, no, wait. Okay, that's from yesterday. That was announced yesterday. It was just inked today. So Javon Hargrave, 2 years, $30 million. Yeah, that was announced yesterday. Okay, Jaden Sonor. Hey, Brandon. Darnold had a rough career start and was a high draft pick, moved team to team. Maybe could be a similar route Geno took. I mean, I think that is very, very surface level, and it's not particularly useful an exercise. I don't think that comparison is something that we can utilize to learn or say anything of actual, like, of actual value, or trying to draw some kind of equivalency on how good somebody's going to be. I think those are just like words. Vikings are going for it, man. Love to see it. Love to see it. Cup is worth less than $10 million per year. You know, he's really not that old, so I'm not so sure. But we'll see what he prioritizes. He already has a Super Bowl ring. Ben Van Sumeren, Eagles, 1 year deal, fullback, linebacker. Okay. Fullback, I'm not putting that on the board. Yes, Cooper Kupp has 2 rings? No, he doesn't. Does he? How does he have 2 rings? Apparently the Packers, Titans, and Seahawks are in on Kupp. I wonder if we think we don't need Kupp now because of getting MVS, and we're planning on hitting it in the draft, which I think is understandable, but dicey in a way that makes me wish we could at least invest big into the offensive line, so whatever receivers we end up with have a better chance of doing well. Oh, Super Bowl and he's married? Okay. Very amusing. I mean, here's the thing, though. Any quarterback could make a comeback at any time for any reason. Zach Wilson could have done what Geno Smith did 3 years ago. Trey Lance could have done what Geno Smith did 3 years ago. Mac Jones could have done it. The list goes on and on. Like, I don't think if I win the lottery, if I won the lottery, I would not assume to myself, wow, I'm really good at playing the lottery. I should keep playing it. I should just keep buying lottery tickets because I have some innate skill for winning the lottery more than the average person. I would just be like, wow, I got really lucky. Well, I'm never playing the lottery again because I won it, right? Finding that quarterback that just needed a second chance is not something that I assume is because of your magic touch. It's in part because you just so happened to find one of the guys that was capable of doing it. I don't think that this franchise has some innate ability to just make bad quarterbacks good. Didn't MVS have some bad drops? He doesn't have great hands. He doesn't. Oh, Commanders. No, Cardinals signing former Commanders linebacker. Somebody that I've never heard of. Michael Walker. He actually has some pretty decent numbers. Not a nothing player. Have those QBs won 14 games? I don't really know why that's supposed to excite me. I mean, let's say the Seahawks win 14 games this year and then they get completely embarrassed in the first round of the playoffs. I don't know how happy we'd be about that. I think a lot of the people in this chat would still be here after getting embarrassed in the first round of the playoffs, losing their mind about how angry they are that Sam Darnold sucks. So, I mean, once upon a time, didn't Case Keenum win 13 games in a year? You know, Blake Bortles won 13 games in a year one time. It's really not indicative. MVS is like 31 in October. I did not get excited for a 10-win season and not making the playoffs. I was trying to be real about that season. And be like, it's the first year with a new coach. We bricked our offensive coordinator hire really, really badly. Oh, sorry, Spare Rib. Hold on. But any season where you don't make the playoffs cannot really be considered a success. No, I was trying to keep it real. Spare Rib, thank you for the $1.99. Are there any nose tackles you like in the second or third? At this rate, Deonte Walker is going to be like a second round pick. I kind of like him there, but honestly, I like Jamari Caldwell, but he's not a third round pick. I think he's a fourth rounder at best. I would say that. Evan Ingram signed with Denver. Okay, let me get Malik Collins on the board first. Lee, 220. And then we have, what's the other one? Ingram, 2-year deal. We don't know the money. Okay. Okay, Rams officially did release Cooper Kupp, so that is punched in. But I think also we need to very seriously ask ourselves why the Vikings won 14 games. Was Darnold the most important reason why they did? I don't think so. I think there was a lot going on with that team. Their defense was better than their offense in Minnesota. Let's start there. They had an elite defense. It was like number 4 in points allowed. Like, QB wins. We got to be, especially for 1 year, we got to be a little more probative than that. Every team has a chance to have an elite defense. That's the nature of the NFL. The Vikings weren't supposed to be elite last year. They have the best receiver in football. They got a great coach. Guy who won Coach of the Year. Deadly play action game. Above average to average offensive line. Like, there's a lot of moving pieces here. I'm guessing Cup is somewhere between 8 to 10 million, but I'm not sure. It's really hard to figure this stuff out sometimes. Gino's play actions weren't good. Yeah, because we only did play action out of shotgun, and then we almost never did play action out from under center. Duh. Vikings had no interior O-line. I've seen people say this. I really don't think it's true. Is it possible JSN to move outside again like as a Z? I don't think that would be good. I don't think that would be good. No. The point I'm trying to make here is that last year our play action game was ineffective because it was too obvious when we were faking or when we weren't faking based on formation and personnel. I made a video talking about this actually. If you guys watch my videos, you would know what I'm talking about. Go watch my videos. I think that putting JSN outside would make him a lesser player, and I don't want to do that. He's really, really good in the slot. Let's let him do what he's best at. Let's cater what we do to his skill set as much as possible. Hold on one second, guys. I'm getting a phone call. Okay, I'm back. Darnold could be our Jalen Hurts, maybe in terms of quality of overall play, but they don't really have very much in common. Would you recommend someone to get sugar gliders? Yeah, I mean, I have one of them. The other one passed away earlier than expected, but I still have one of them, yes. And they're very easy to take care of. You just have to feed them and, give them attention. But for the most part, especially if you get more than one, they keep to themselves and have fun by themselves. Anyway, I think Cup plays on the outside pretty well. He can play inside or outside. So I think that getting him and saying you're going to be mostly an outside receiver is fine. What do they eat? Sugar gliders eat fruit, various fruits, and I have some special food that I give them. But it's pretty easy to buy. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Okay, 1 second. I'll go get him. There you go. Oh, calm down. Calm down. There you go. I didn't drop it, actually. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me check and see what just happened here. What's going on? Federell Hodges. Oh, I know. I know who that is. 2 ATL 6. Oh, Levi Onwuzurike just signed. I like him. Okay, Onwuzurike's back. Oh, Grant Stewart. And I think that catches us up. Yeah. Yeah. They always seem skittish. Well, they're at the bottom of the food chain, right? So they're always kind of like scared. Like I've had him for almost 10 years, and when I pick him up, sometimes he still yells because they are very naturally scared of being picked up. because to them being picked up is I'm about to get eaten by a giant bird or something. Okay, I think, okay, let me catch up here. SL Hazard, you don't have to be home that often for a sugar glider. They're nocturnal, so they sleep during the day for the most part. And you just kind of have to bond with them a little bit, especially if you get more than one. They just kind of play with each other. $23 million for Evan Engram. Sugar glider afraid of Roomba. He would be if I ever let him experience it. They're kind of scared of everything. That's how the nature of a sugar glider. They have to be. Do you only have the one right now? Yes. My other one passed away last year. I don't know why exactly. She probably got the issue with sugar gliders is that most vets do not really know anything about them. So if it gets sick or has some kind of disease or whatever, there's not really anything you're going to be able to do. They're supposed to live anywhere from 12 to 15 years, but that sugar glider only lived about like 8 years. Yeah, they fly. Well, they don't fly, they glide. They can glide. Um this one looks like he is going to live like it sure seems like, I mean, he's doing totally fine, so he probably will make it to 12 years minimum. Have you seen him glide? Oh, some, yeah. He doesn't like to glide as much as some, but like what you can do because they like being in their cage. No, I wouldn't throw it in the air. What you can do is you get kind of close to the cage, you put him up high, and then he'll jump to the cage. You take them to the vet? No, my vet doesn't know what they are. Well, my vet doesn't know what to do with them. My vet wouldn't really know what to say about a sugar glider. They clean themselves. They don't really get any kind of diseases, so you don't really have to. Honestly, it's actually very chill. Yeah, I saw the James Rapian report, Penguin. I saw that. Yep, Evan Engram. Oh, Taquan Graham, defensive lineman. I missed that one. Let me put that up. Why'd I want sugar gliders originally? Because they're really easy. Like back when I used to go to the office 5 days a week or 4 days a week or whatever, that was fine. You could be away from a sugar glider all day long and it would be fine. You just have to leave food in there. They eat, they pace themselves fine with food, and then they play together when they want to, and then they sleep a lot. So it's cool. Do they make a lot of noise at night? Very rarely. And when they do, it's only for a little bit. What sucks is that my dogs are so young, I can't introduce them to the glider. When they see the glider, they get too excited and then they try to jump on it. And I can't have them really meeting each other yet because the dogs are too young. What is the numbers for Jenkins? Is he worth getting? I definitely think he's worth getting, especially at this point where there's not a ton else you can do. Again, Dalton Risner is probably the second best option, and there's a big downgrade there. No, Penguin, I don't mind if stuff falls off the board, falls off the list. Who cares? The Troy Dye signing happened almost over 4 hours ago. If you haven't seen it yet, then oh well. The list as is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with stuff falling off the board every now and then. Tevin Jenkins. Do we re-sign Walker after this year? I doubt it. Oh, Inmer Smith Marset back to NYG. I remember him. I remember him in the draft. Some people really liked him. He was interesting. Yeah, Scatabo, I don't know where he's going to go, but he is fun. There is some appeal there for sure. I just don't know if it makes sense for this team to do it right now. He's a really good returner, yeah. Vikings sign a special teamer. Here we go. Dan Chiniza. I have never heard of him. Wide receiver. There's no way we get Becton and Jenkins. That's not very realistic, and I'm not even thinking about that. Who is Dan Chizena? I've never heard of him before. Hey, everybody. Back to dinner, Jenkins. Definitely Jenkins. That's easy. That's not even a hard one. That's not 1.5. So very low level player. You know who's still out there? Aziz Ojulari. I'd love to take a flyer on him, man. Yeah, Wagner re-signed in Washington. He did. Yeah, Malik Collins. I saw the 220. Chris, I think they're just trying to get younger. Sometimes that's more important than even the money part. He gets hurt too much. Oh, Darius Slay with the Steelers. 1 year, 10 million. I didn't even have him on my list of remaining, so I kind of forgot about him, honestly. Darius Slay, okay. Big play Slay. All right. There's a move of some note. Christian Roseboom. Christian Roseboom. Who is that? Oh, right, the Rams linebacker. Okay, I know who that is. Well, JP, I'd agree with you, but where does that leave Sam Darnold? Like, did we really just sign Sam Darnold to get the crap kicked out of him next year? Like, that doesn't sit well with me either. I mean, I'm not in love with anything, but I feel like once you sign Sam Darnold, you're obligated to try to give him a chance to succeed. Like a real chance, not a faux chance. Hey, Sentry Seahawk, how you doing? You got rid of Bobo? No, I haven't seen that. I don't know why we would. That's something we do in training camp. I haven't seen anything about Bobo. I don't know where that's coming from. That's not something we're gonna do until the like training camp anyway. Like, why would you do that now? Russ meeting with Cleveland. Yep. I guess if Watson's gonna miss the year, that's as good a place as the Giants. Hey, Shifty. Okay, I think we're still caught up. I thought Cousins was going to the Browns. Well, for the moment, Cousins is not available, so not quite that simple. Thoughts on trading Woolen during draft to move up? I'm open to that. I'm pretty open to trading Woolen. Yeah, Bobo sucked last week. Or last year, excuse me. Bobo was not good last year, and it would not surprise me if he's not even really part of the future plans. If you were offered a third for Woolen, would you accept that? Yeah, I think so. I believe I would. Okay. Well, Danlo, there were opportunities for Bobo to do something, right? Like, DK missed a couple of games and Bobo did nothing during those games, right? Like, there were opportunities for Bobo to prove himself and nothing really happened. You know, when I did this 2 years ago, I took a lot of naps. I would stream for a few hours, realize nothing was happening, and then I'd nap. But then last year and this year, I started drinking coffee to keep myself up, and I didn't take any naps or anything. But I don't know, today, I mean, I had a long day yesterday after the stream was over, but I was like, whoo, coffee didn't affect me the way I was hoping. Just showing your age, I guess. Oh, and by the way, everybody, I'm going to be streaming on the Bleacher Report for half an hour at 6 tonight after this stream's over. So if you guys could tune it in to the Bleacher Report stream later, I would appreciate that. So if you guys could download the app. I did Hawk Talk last night, yes. I did Hawk Talk last night. I'm doing Bleacher Report tonight. And tomorrow I'm going to do the, I think I'm going to do the stream of the Hawk's Nest. As far as I know. Unless he's going to be doing like the all-day free agency stream as well. This easier receiver concerns a little. Emphasis on a little, though. I think it's a reasonable signing, but there's more work to be done. Yeah, Bobo can't get open. He didn't block very well last year. He didn't get targeted that much, and he did have at least one big drop, so it's not like his hands were completely clean. Like, I don't know how excited I'm supposed to get here, man. He's just, if he's not a good blocker, then he is the definition of a jag. Who's your ideal prospect at 18 with the way the roster is currently? Well, my ideal prospect with the way the roster is currently is Abdul Carter, but I don't think that's what you mean. I think Kenneth Grant, I feel like Kenneth Grant is the most likely guy to be the pick at 18, if I had to guess. Membo is a dream at this point, but that's the big dream. Yeah, Cody White had 2 catches. I liked Cody White in the Rams game. I like Cody White, but by the way, I think Cody White's a free agent now. I don't think we tendered him. He might not even be on the team right now. Safety, DeAnthony Bell will visit Seattle. I have never heard of DeAnthony Bell. Does anyone know anything about DeAnthony Bell? Oh, D-Law? Wait, I thought D-Law signed with the Lions. Whoa. Whoa. I thought D-Law signed with the Lions. Did he back out, or was that just like a fantasy article? Whoa. Yeah, I thought DeMarcus Lawrence. Huh. Okay. I took him off my list because I thought he signed with Detroit. Here we go. No word on a contract yet. Let me check something here. He's a little bit bigger than the average edge. I don't know if you'd call him a big edge, but he is pretty big. Okay, guys, we have a move. I'm going to give you guys I'm going to give the world a couple of minutes to try to figure out some idea of what the contract looks like. But I think I am going to be cutting a video here. All right. So let's see here. How old is he, by the way? He is 30. He's about to turn 33, and he missed almost all of 2024. He is probably not that expensive. So let's see here. I'm going to give the world like 2 minutes here to at least give us a contract length here. Let's see what we got. I'm assuming it's not a ton of money. This guy's definitely past his prime, but he did make 2 straight Pro Bowls just 2 years ago. No, he's good. He is worlds better than Hankins. Not even a comparison. He's one of those edge players that doesn't put up big splashy stats, but on a snap-to-snap basis, he is very, very solid. Yeah, I don't know anything about Anthony Bell, the safety. PFF doesn't love him. What are you talking about? Go back to 2023. He was one of the highest graded players in the league in 2023. Sam Bam, thank you for the $1.99 Stone Feet Forsyth video. I decided not to bother. Whoa, 342. Okay, a little bit less into this one. If he stays healthy and plays the way he played 2 years ago. Okay, but I don't know about that. Price Jen, welcome to this channel. Thank you for the sub. Only 18 million guaranteed that makes it better. Okay. All right, guys, let me cut this video here. All right, here we go. All right, everybody, good afternoon. We've got another Seattle Seahawks signing. We've got another Seattle Seahawks move. It's not something that I expected. It's not something that a lot of people had on their radar. It is something that I talked about several weeks ago when I was making the initial free agency videos. But honestly, I thought this guy had already signed with the Detroit Lions yesterday, so I wasn't even thinking about him. But the Seattle Seahawks signed an edge rusher, DeMarcus Lawrence. DeMarcus Lawrence of the Dallas Cowboys. He had actually been a Cowboy his entire career, and now he is going to be spending some time with the Seattle Seahawks. It is a 3-year deal worth up to $42 million, which that's a little dicey. However, we need to see exactly how this contract breaks out because we've also been told only $18 million of that is guaranteed. So this may be a deal where the outs are pretty clean. We'll just have to see where things shake out with regard to that. And we're not going to get to see the contract for a bit. So all I can do is talk about the player. DeMarcus Lawrence has been a great player in this league for much of his career. He made back-to-back Pro Bowls 2 years ago. He was considered to be one of the best all-around edge players in the entire NFL in 2023. PFF graded him above a 91. So he was elite. He was part of an elite Cowboys defense. He was part of that elite Cowboys front. So he was about as good as it got. Now last year he missed most of the season. He only played 4 games. Had an injury, and he is also about to turn 33. So there are some downsides here for sure. This guy's definitely on the wrong side of his career. This guy's played in 140 plus games in his career in the NFL. This guy started over 120 games. He's coming off a season where he really didn't play that much, which I guess could be a good thing, but it can certainly be a bad thing. And it's a multi-year deal. So this one's, I definitely have some mixed thoughts here for sure. He's been great. If he plays the way he played 2 years ago, then this is fantastic. He's one of the best players in the league, and we're not going to be leaning on him to do a ton. But that was 2 years ago, and now he's 33. So really, it might feel like it's 4 years ago because you start to age quicker the older you get. So this one's a little bit hard to zoom in on. Again, I want to see the exact contract. The initial contract is just a little bit intimidating because 3 years, 42, that's not something that I would really necessarily sign off on. However, I will say this. We have a lot of cap space. We created a lot of cap space. We went out of our way to create a lot of cap space. If we don't use it, then what was the point? So to an extent, you have the cap space. You should spend it, even if it means having to overpay to get somebody that you really want. Remember, by the way, our DC, Aiden Byrd, he coached DeMarcus Lawrence when he was in Dallas. So this is probably a little bit of an Aiden Byrd signing. This is probably one of Aiden's guys. This is probably something that he really pushed for. And I can understand why. He's had a great career. He's been a great player. He hasn't put up big, flashy stats in the last 6 years or so. Last time he had a double-digit sack season was 2018. But I think it's important to understand that this is not necessarily a player that is defined by his stats. There have been plenty of players like that. Like, just as an example off the top of my head, when Cliff Averill was here, he never put up God mode stats. Cliff Averill never had like a 15 sack season, but he was so good. He was so valuable, and people who actually watched football understood that on a snap-to-snap basis, he had tremendous value. DeMarcus Lawrence, kind of like that. He's not somebody who's ever going to, especially, well, at this point in his career, have some 12, 13, 14 sack season, but his snap-to-snap value is very good. Or at least it was. We're going to have to see if he can get back to his 2023 form in 2025, or at least something close. He's certainly worth more than the money he got if he gets back to 2023 form, but I would take a good, solid part of this edge rotation. So, assuming we keep Nwosu, and right now I think that's the case, the edge room is basically set for 2025. You've got Nwosu, Mafe, Hall, and now DeMarcus Lawrence. And by the way, one last thing about DeMarcus Lawrence I want to say. He's not huge for an edge rusher, but he is bigger than the average edge rusher at 265. This might be McDonald's way of trying to find himself a big edge, an oversized edge player. So, for now, I'm going to say I'm okay with it. I'm not going to fall in love with it. I need to see this contract. And there's definitely risk involved. There's definitely risk here. If this doesn't work out, there is a non-trivial amount of cap that you put into an older player that is not going to provide long-term value. So if the short-term doesn't work out, it hurts. But I can see where this guy has been very good at many times in his career. Sometimes players like this age very gracefully, and maybe last year was just a fluke because he got hurt. All right. I think that's really all I can say, so I'm going to see you guys later. Go Hawks. I'm going to get this video up, and then we'll see if anything else happens today. But, yeah. DeMarcus Lawrence, 3 years, $42 million, 18 guaranteed. We'll know more later. Mm-hmm. All right, guys, real quick, let me get this video uploaded here. It could be replacing Draymond. It pretty much is. That's actually probably a very accurate way to put it. I think that's probably the right way to view it. Okay, what time is it? It's just hit 2 o'clock. Yeah, no, I heard about DeAnthony Bell Aguilar. I did hear about that, but we didn't sign him yet. Okay. Video's uploaded. What's that signing grade? I'll give it like a B minus. It's very risky. It's very risky, but I think the upside is significant as well. So I'm gonna go B minus. I like DeMarcus Lawrence. I probably like him more than the average player, but and look, at the end of the day, I am an advocate for like, hey, you created this cap space. You should spend it. on stuff that has a chance to be impactful. But there is significant risk here, for sure. Oh, Cowboys. Okay, let me update. I know I missed a few things. Let's see. B. Murray. Why did I think he signed with the Lions? That's so weird. Oh, wow. Chargers got Denzel Perryman. I actually like Denzel Perryman. Hmm. Okay, I think we're caught up. All right, I think we're caught up now, people. Okay, did I miss anything? I don't think I did. All right, guys, the chat is going very quickly right now, so I'm just going to say it. If you guys ask me a question, I'm probably not going to see it. I'm probably not going to see it because the chat is popping off. There are over 800 people in here. How was it? No, JP, I don't think this is bad. I think that in a way you're maybe obligated to do stuff like this a little bit when you are put in this situation where you spent the money on the quarterback and now maybe things aren't quite coming together the way you wanted to. I think you got to do it a little bit. And you got to take the risk a little bit on players that can help you win now. Well, Ryan, the DeMarcus Lawrence isn't often injured, right? He got injured last year. He played 17 games in each of the previous 3 years. He's had a normal amount of injuries for an NFL player. And I really do think he is a very good player. I think that some people are acting like he's bad. He's not bad. He's, he's coming off a bad season because he got hurt. That could easily be a fluke. He's really good against the run. So it's probably, somebody said this earlier, like a 2-year deal for 18 million, so 9 mil per, and then the last year is probably very, very, very low dead cap. So if that's the case, I think that's pretty much fine. Let me check the Spotrac page for DeMarcus Lawrence. All right, so Spotrac's estimate for DeMarcus Lawrence was 2 years, 24. So if we got him for like 2 years, even 20, or 2 years, 20, even if it's 2 years, 24, that's actually spot on. But let's see what the contract looks like. Talon DL, thank you for the $4.99. Looks like Mike got his Clowney and D-Law. We need to restructure Nwosu next. I'm already digging the rotation we'll have this season. That's actually a pretty good comp. D-Law's like Clowney. D-Law is like Jadeveon Clowney. Holton Khalil Herbert. Ooh, Khalil Herbert. Okay, let me get that guy up on the board. Harnor Tor, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. All right, let me make sure I'm not behind on anything. Hey, people are talking about Becton? Hold on, hold on, hold on. I don't see anything about Becton. People might be messing around in chat, people. I don't know. I don't see anything yet. Dexter Lawrence? Dexter Lawrence is way too good to get. Dexter Lawrence. No, 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 no. Wait, did I type Dexter Lawrence on the thing? No. No, no, no. DeMarcus Lawrence. Okay. You're very funny. You people are very, very funny. So yeah, a couple people are basically saying this is 2 years, 18 million. If it's 2 years, 18 million, that's totally fine. 2 years, if it's effectively 2 years, 18 million, even if it has a few million dead in the third year, that's actually good. He's immediately our best I think he's immediately our best run defender on the outside. How much salary cap do we need to sign rookies in practice squad? Practice squad's like 3 million, and rookie I think is going to be around 10. Zietler, Titans. Oh, rip. All right. Let me check. Let me check. Let me check. Yes, Kevin Zietler. So I can't. So now I will not be thinking about Moulin Rouge during Seahawks games. Okay, that moves on the board, and we're gonna take him off our list now. There we go. What do you think our cap is after this signing? It's hard to know. Probably somewhere a little less, slightly less than 40. Probably slightly less than 40, but it's an estimate. Yeah, guys, just so you guys know, I get real tired of fake spoilers in this channel. The Dolphins re-signed to Dwayne Eskridge. So did the Vikings draft JJ McCarthy, get him in there and realize he's terrible or something? That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Why would they even consider signing Aaron Rodgers? Yeah, I think this is fine. I'm not in love with it because there is significant risk involved here, and there are players that would be less risky, but I think this is totally fine. I'm not. I'm not too off kilter on this. This could be like our version of Clowny. What is the risk? The risk is that he's washed up because he's 33 years old and he missed most of 2020 2024. There is risk. It is a multi-year deal. There is a commitment. Big Patty Daddy, thank you for the $4.99. Are you still mad at me, Daddy? Yes. Very much. Keep sending money, and eventually it'll be fixed. No, it's not. It's just... This fan base frustrates me sometimes. This fan base is exhausting. I don't agree with that, E-Jets. I think some fan bases are different than others. I think there are some fan bases that are harder to deal with than others. I think the Browns fan base is probably very easy to deal with. I think that if I was a Browns video maker, every Browns fan would be in complete agreement that life sucks. And there would be no arguments or disagreement. There would be no friction because every Browns fan, I would have 800 Browns fans in here right now, and we'd all think the same thing, that everything sucks. So I think we'd get along just fine. If I was a Chiefs fan and there were 800 Chiefs fans in here, I think we'd all be in agreement that life is amazing and everything's awesome. Hold on, what did I miss here? Sorry. Condotta reporting Seahawks wanted to get Fries on a physical first and Fries didn't want to wear it right. I did see that. So once again, somebody's wrong. Somebody's wrong. Either Condotta's wrong, Corbin's wrong. One of those two missed it. And it's really hard to figure out who. Pandemonium Bad, thank you for the $5. When will you attend an NFL draft? You'd have a ball. My dad and I are going to our third in a row this year. Well, I wouldn't really be able to cover the draft, which would suck. And the draft is usually held thousands of miles from where I live, so that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. I barely even go to games. I haven't been to a game in a while. I think going to the draft is a little bit of a bridge too far. It probably would be some fun. Well, he didn't refuse the physical. He just had an opportunity to sign with a team that was willing to sign him before a physical. Oh. I don't think he refused the physical. He literally could not take a physical until now, and a team was willing to sign him before now, so why wouldn't he take it? I don't think it's the same thing. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $4.99. Should we move up in the draft and get Tyler Booker and Tetro McMillan? What else would we need to target in the draft if we got those two? Well, I don't think you have to move up for Tyler Booker. And also, you're not getting... Well, moving up for McMillan is interesting to me. I don't think we're moving up. I would be interested in that. Booker, I don't think you should move up for. I think Booker, if anything, you hope he falls to the second round after he tested bad. If we got those two guys, we'd be in pretty good shape, but I think it's unlikely things break that way. Chukwuma Okorafor, or I know who that is, but I can't pronounce his name. Hold on. Let's get him on the board. O-T... NYG, no deal details yet. Okay, there we go. Is there a reason why you don't go to games? It's a pain in the butt, man. I don't live that close, for one. Yeah, I saw Dodson re-sign with the Dolphins earlier this morning. Yeah, he was playing really well before he got hurt. DeMarcus Lawrence. Dodson was very good for Miami. He just doesn't fit our defense. Dodson's a good player. He just didn't fit what we were doing. And it's not that big of a deal. Lawrence is a hand in the dirt guy? I don't think so. I'll look into that a little bit, but I didn't think he was. He's like a Clowney. He's a little bit bigger, but I think he plays standing up, or can. I'm going to have to look into that a little bit. You might be right, but I don't think so. How do you feel about Eric Kendricks? I like him a lot. I do like him. I just don't think it makes any sense to sign him at this point. It would cost non-trivial money. Miguel Rodriguez, thank you for the $4.99. Safety D. Anthony Bell is visiting us. What do you think about him? I know very little about him. Let me take a look here. Francisco Moreira, thank you for the member message. Member for 2 months. Signing the law and not O-line means we'll have more and more 3-3 or 6-6 games. There's definitely some truth to that, man. Well, he barely played last year. He played pretty well the year before that. And he barely played the year before that. So he hasn't done a lot in his career. UDFA. Wow, he's old for a guy who's only played 3 years. I don't think there's a lot to say about this one, guys. I think this is pure safety depth, which we do need. We need a backup safety. We don't have a backup safety except for Jarek Reed, who is maybe hurt. Special teamer? Okay. That too. We need that. I mean, remember, Mike McDonald's defense is kind of... I mean, when you think about it, we're still talking about things in terms of like 3 techs, right? There are no 3 techs in a 3-4. So this defense is a little bit more complicated than just saying it's a pure 4-3 or a pure 3-4, I think. After that signing, you still want Kenneth Grant? Sure. Why not? Kenneth Grant's a nose tackle. He has nothing in common with DeMarcus Lawrence. And DeMarcus Lawrence might only be here for 2 years. Like, if you go to Pro Football Reference and search 2024 Seattle Seahawks, they list the defensive alignment as a 4-3. And I'm guessing they're basing that off of whatever alignment the team is in more often on a technical sense. So the fact that they would list the Seahawks defense as being a 4-3 is telling you that it's a little bit more complicated than just that. And I'm pretty sure DeMarcus Lawrence has done both. Anyway. You want the nose tackle from Ohio State? He'd be fine. You could probably get him a little bit cheaper too. I'm not objecting to that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lawrence has done both anyway, so I'm not that worried about it. He's not huge. He's not like a 290-pound edge. He's 265. Endemonium Bad, thank you for the $5 super chat. What are your top 5 favorite prospects for us at 18 after the free agents we've gathered just far? Well, it's really hard to know who will be there at 18, but I'd go Ken Grant, Michael Williams, Shamar Stewart, maybe Gray Zabel. I need to look more at Gray Zabel, honestly. And maybe a Manwari. I'm a little shaky on a Manwari, honestly, but I'm not far away from him being good at 18. I'll say that. I want a new center. Olu is trash. I don't know if he's trash. I do want a new center, but we are running out of options. If I go to the remaining list, the only centers I have of any note are Josh Myers and Nick Gates. I don't know if either of those guys are a significant upgrade. Yeah, Matthew Golden at 18, I might be okay with that. I need to look at that a little bit more, though. I might end up looking at that and just being like, well, we can do better. I don't think that's worth the pick at 18. How did Byron Murphy do this season? He did fine. He did fine. Would have rather have had Jared Verse than Murphy? Maybe. Verse is much older than Murphy. So Verse is closer to a finished product than Murphy by a long shot. Thoughts on Savion Williams? I need to look at him a little bit more, but he seems good from what I've seen. Ken Murray trade made official. Jets have signed Isaiah Oliver. DeJuan Thornhill visiting with the 49ers. Okay, I think we're caught up. A little more active today for sure, Nick. Holmquist. Tevin Jenkins still has not been signed. When do they start officially making the contract stick? I think they already are. It's the new league year. I think they already are. Pandemonium Bad, thank you for the $5. What positions would you like us to target in the second and or third? Or do you see JS trading one or more of those picks? That's the area where I think you could really do well at receiver. A guy like Higgins or Beck or Savion Williams. A couple other guys too. I don't want to list everybody at this point. But I think that's where you could really start killing it at receiver. And there's some offensive linemen too. There are. I'd say receiver, though, is where you can really start to just wreck shop. I kind of think we overpaid for Sam Howell since it's the same return. Well, it's not the same, but it's only marginally more, and that's the sad thing, right? Like I mean, I don't think we overpaid for Sam Howell because the thing with Sam Howell is you had 2 years of super cheap club control, but it does kind of highlight how herky jerky and reacty Schneider is with this front office stuff sometimes. By the way, guys, we got about 2.5 hours left on the stream today. So I want to say we got over 700 people in here right now. Thanks for coming out. Please like the stream if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you're new and you want daily Seahawks content. I make like 4 to 6 videos a day on Seahawks stuff most days. We're going to continue to track this free agency throughout the rest of today, tomorrow, and the next day. So those are the 2 easy ways to help me out here. If you want to go above and beyond, this is one of the 2 times during the 2 times during the year where I do make a little bit of an extra push for and a little bit of an extra ask for donations because we're doing the long streams. So you can super chat, click the $ in the chat. You can become a channel member or gift channel memberships. $2, $5, $15. You can tip via the link at the top of the description. And you can pledge to the Patreon. Thank you. That's about it. Pandemonium Bad, thank you for the $5 super chat. Last super chat, I promise. For today, which fellow podcaster do you enjoy working with? Top 3. Well, I've only worked with 3, really. I've worked with Dan Viennes, I've worked with Brandon, and I've worked with Hawk Talk. And, you know, Brandon's the guy I work with almost every week. So that's obviously the one that has resonated the best. Lawrence is going to turn 33, AA. He's going to turn 33 in like a month. He was elite 2 years ago, and then last year he got hurt. But he was off to a good start last year before he got hurt, so, you know. How much was guaranteed? 18. A lot of people are saying it's basically a 2-year, $18 million deal. 2 years, 18, which I think is totally fine. There's risk involved, but I think this is reasonable. But there needs to be something to make all this matter, right? Like what is it for? We have a good, we have some good, we're doing some pretty good things, but what is it for? You can build the greatest defense you want to build, but if your quarterback is getting murdered 9 times a game by pass rushers, you're not going to win enough. Ryan, thank you for the $1.99. Thanks for the work. Thank you for the support. Sam Bam, thank you for the $1.99. I watch and like every Brendan Nelson vid. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Sam Bam. I really do appreciate that. Would any of the realistic old linemen available to 18 be good value picks by your estimation? Not yet. Not yet. I by the time we get there, maybe I'll have come around on one or two guys. But Membo is now going to be gone. There are a couple other guys as well that are going to be gone. I don't think Booker should be a top 20 pick anymore. Savai Naia might be moving up ahead of him. Zabel, I'm not so sure about. I got to think about that one. Lawrence is a dirt guy, yes. Do you think we go after Cooper Kupp? I think we're going to at least poke around there, yeah. We'll see if it happens. Pandemonium Bad, thank you for the $5. Just to support with an even 20. What drives you to be so diligent with your channel? What motivates you to be as consistent as you've been? Because it's something that I can do. You know, I'm never going to be able to grind as much film as some people. I'm never going to be able to edit together videos as much as some people. I'm never going to be able to do comedy and music videos the way some people do. I'm never going to be able to do these things that other creators do. But what I can do is try to be on top of everything and at the very least be a place where you can go that attempts to jump on happenings as quickly as possible and quickly give at least something of an impression of it. Yeah, AA, I think the way to look at this, it's a 2-year, $18 million deal that might have a little bit of dead in the third year, but it's really like 2 years, 18 million, and then there's probably a little bit of dead. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Sam Bam, thank you for the $1.99. Sending big money. Brendan Nelson needs a soundproof dog kennel. Like, it can go wrong, but look, at the bottom line, we have cap space. We need to spend it. We have cap space. We need to spend it, or else what are we doing with our cap space? Oh, Jonathan Jones signed with the Commanders. Oh, that's probably a decent contract. Let me get this on the board real quick before I check the super chat. Okay, there we go. Benjamin St. Juste signed with the Chargers. Benjamin St. Juste was one of the craziest testers of all time. Pastor Simmons, thank you for the $4.99. I read that Ernest Jones signed a $33 million deal when it happened, but now I see it was a $28 million deal. Is this true? It's 28.5 with 4.5 million in incentives, probably based on playing time. So he's probably going to get 33, but if he gets hurt and doesn't play, that amount goes down a little bit. So that's basically what it was. Do you think Lawrence is better than Clowney was on that 2023 Ravens defense? Not better. He could be equivalent. I wouldn't call him better. Oh, what are your thoughts about MVS and Lawrence? I think that MVS is fine. I don't have a ton to say about it, but we needed to make a signing like that, and I think it's fine. Lawrence is risky, but I think that once we get an idea on how that contract exactly breaks down, I think that it's very reasonable. Benjamin St. Juste was like one of the greatest testers of all time at cornerback, man. He was a freak. How does this Lawrence signing affect Byron Murphy? It doesn't. Murphy's an edge. Murphy plays inside. Lawrence is an edge rusher. How are we number one in cap space in 2026? Because we have so few commitments. A bit like Emmanuel, a little bit, yeah. Paul, there's definitely upside to this signing. There's definitely upside. 2 years ago, he was legitimately one of the best edge players in the league on a snap-to-snap basis. He's excellent against the run. There is upside here. The upside is that he gets back to his form from 2023 or 2022. Onujiogu, Darden, Ross, and Cody White are now all free agents officially, by the way. Worth noting. There is downside too, but if there wasn't downside, he would cost a lot more than this. Was 5.5 an overpay for MVS? I don't think so. Players of that level is like, it's really hard to like pinpoint accurate value. Maybe slightly, but I don't think so. He was doing he was playing the best football of his career with New Orleans last year. He just only played 8 games because he had to get traded there. And again, guys, bottom line, we have cap space. Spending it in ways that are suboptimal at this point is probably still better than just not spending it. If you wanted to just not spend it, then don't get Sam Darnold. That's my philosophy here. So Can you think of any top tier OL on a bad team they could trade a day 2 pick for? You're not getting a top tier OL for a day 2 pick. They're too valuable. That's kind of almost a contradiction. If they were that good, you'd never be able to trade them. DeMarcus Lawrence deal is a slap in the face to a guy like Ernest Jones. I'm not following that one. I'm not picking up whatever it is you're putting down. Who gets more relevant faster, Hawks or Niners? At this point, I don't know, man. The Niners are gutting themselves. I think it might be about equivalent. How much does Lawrence have left in the tank? It's really hard to figure out, Bray. It's really hard to figure out, but in some situations you have to be willing to take the risk. And I'm okay with that. If you're going to sign Sam Darnold, then I need you to go spend the rest of the money that you have, or else you shouldn't have signed Sam Darnold. That's not fair on Sam. It's not fair to us. It's bad. Could Abe Lucas play guard? I don't think so, but some people have theorized that. I'm not a big fan of that. So why not take a risk on some O linemen? Now they were about to take a. It sounds like they were willing to take a risk with Will Fries. They just couldn't quite get that risk all the way to the finish line. I will say that. I got to give credit where credit's due. They, one way or the other, whoever you believe, they made a good faith, honest effort to get Will Fries. Hold on one second, guys. All right, we're back. No, nothing happened. We are caught up on business. Wouldn't be surprised if Uchenna or Noah gets cut. Very possible. Looking back, would you do the Tunsil deal? No, he's a left tackle. Oh, AJ Dillon in Philly, huh? Interesting one. The thing you guys need to remember is that edge rushers are expensive. Edge rushers are pricey. So that needs to be factored in here. Edge rushers tend to be more expensive than you would think. Dylan Barkley is going to be concerning. Do you miss Damian Lewis now? Not really. Not really. He's better than what we have, but I still want to be a little more ambitious. It would have been okay to bring him back, but I want to be a little more ambitious. Will you like Darnold if he balls? I mean, yeah, of course. That's kind of a tautology. If the Seahawks have a player on their team that is really good, I'm probably going to like him. Like that's again, that's a tautology. You like AR-15? Not enough. Not enough to trade anything of significance for him. I mean, everything he's been such a train wreck since he came into the league. He's been such an absolute disaster, man. No. St. Just is 1 year. Makes sense. Here we go. Um, All right. Yeah, we're caught up. That's probably the right ranking, Mason. That's probably the right one. ARS, thank you for the 100. I'm sorry, CFA, thank you for the 100 ARS, which is 9 cents, according to this. What is ARS? Wow, that currency is taking a beating right now. 100 ARS is 9 cents. I'm pretty sure 100 yen would be $1, so that currency is absolutely taking a smack. Do you think they'll make a move for Trey Hendrickson? Definitely not now. Definitely not now. It was at least somewhat interesting, but then we signed Lawrence. Now, definitely not, I don't think. And I didn't really want him anyway. Argentinian. Hmm. Oh. Oh, that's the Dark Side Felix exploit on YouTube. That's the thing that people do to Dark Side Phil. That's how that works. Interesting. I really shouldn't say any more on stream, but yeah, that's how people mess with Dark Side Phil. Right, right. Okay, that makes sense now. You're scared people do it to you now. Well, it wouldn't really affect me the way it affects Dark Side Phil. It would not have the same effect on me. I wouldn't care nearly as much as he does. It would still be stupid, but Jameson Cody, we definitely have enough to sign one of those two. Cap space is no issue. Get Tevin Jenkins, and this is a great free agency. I'd be down with that, more or less, I think. I'm on board with that. Are we at the point where we have to spend stuff to not be too low? I don't think so. No. No. It is weird that YouTube recognizes the 9 cents message as a $10 one. Right, that's the glitch. That's the YouTube glitch that people use on Darkside Phil. Why don't more teams front load contracts in years when they know they won't contend? I think it's because they know cap space rolls over, so it's not the end of the world. But it's also kind of rare these days for a team to just go, we know we won't contend. Like, teams don't like to admit that. Teams don't like to accept that. AJ Dillon 1 year. Hold on. What app do you find the news on? I just use X. What's wrong with? I mean, you can't really get much better than that. No app is gonna be as quick to update you as X. I'm definitely taking Kenneth Grant over Wari. Definitely Kenneth Grant. Do you like Lucas Patrick as a new potential center? I do like Lucas Patrick. I think he would be a great depth signing for this offensive line. I actually think that would be great. He's got familiarity with Kubiak and everything. Who's your top 5 FA right now to get signed by the Seahawks? Well, Jenkins. I'll go with Asante Samuel Jr., just a curveball here. Dalton Risner. I don't know if I can go much further than that at this time. Hard for me to rank things. Harnor Tor, thank you for the $4.99. Do you think Sam Darnold will perform better if he were to come to game days oiled? Okay. Hard to imagine him not. Yes, Seahawker, definitely. It sounds like it's basically 2 years, 18 million, with maybe a little bit of 30-year dead money. Well, we'll see when it actually gets released, but this is much better. DeMarcus Lawrence, at his best, is a much better player than Draymond. Can we get Lawrence at his best? Well, you're not going to get Lawrence at his best, obviously, but that's not what you're trying to do. You're trying to get a good player. Cam Robinson at right guard. I don't know if he's ever played guard before. What's your ideal scenario for fixing the center position? Honestly, it might be moving Christian Haynes to center. Trey Harris would be fine, I think. I need to look at him a little bit more. I haven't had Pepsi in 20 years. I haven't had a Pepsi in 20 years. Thoughts on Myers? Well, I'd love to move off of Myers, but the team is clearly not going to do that, so I'm not even spending time thinking about it. Yeah, I don't do Pepsi. And isn't Pepsi way cheaper than Coke, and that's why some places like it? Like to me, that's like that tells you all you need to know. It's cheap. I've never had RC Cola. I've never had RC Cola. Never had Jolt. I do like root beer. Fanta's pretty good. Never had Green River. Isn't Baja Blast Taco Bell? I don't eat at Taco Bell. I haven't eaten at Taco Bell in 15 years, I think. Excuse me. Disgusting. Back dinner Jenkins. I like Jenkins more. When I started working at AT&T back in 2011, they had a fridge in the kitchen that was filled with I think it was, I don't know what it was called. It was called, I don't know if it was sparkling water, but it was basically caffeinated water. Somebody out there is going to know what I'm talking about. But it was basically, caffeinated water. And I thought it was one of the most disgusting things I had ever tried. I couldn't believe that people willingly drank it. I was so confused as to what the appeal was here. No, it was maybe it was sparkling water, I don't know, but it was caffeinated water, bottom line, and I thought it was the worst thing. LaCroix. I do think LaCroix is stupid, but it wasn't that. Still nothing in the last few minutes here. Things are chill. Nothing. Things are chill. Things are quiet. You think I like it? Buble or bubbly? I've heard of that. I've never had it. Look at this comment I just got on the DeMarcus Lawrence video. For the last year, Brandon has been negative and just all around lacking positive energy. I hope he's okay, but I'm out. Somebody's going to have to tell me how I'm exuding negative energy in that DeMarcus Lawrence video. I am so I am so done with this fan base, man. I wasn't even negative on it. In fact, I think I like it more than I dislike it. It's just there is risk involved here. Sorry. I like it more than I dislike it, but that doesn't change the fact that there is a non-trivial amount of risk. If it goes wrong, I think we already know the ways in which it's likely to go wrong. No, not Fresca. My grandmother loved Fresca. Mm-mm. Or do you have edge in your needs rank? After the Draymond cut, I thought it was a low need, but a need. No, nothing. A little bit Mason, not a lot. Not a lot Mason. I don't have time. You're right. Why isn't Cup? Well, he is a free agent now, so I guess I can add him. Sure. Hmm. I'll just put him here, I guess. PFF rates the DeMarcus Lawrence contract as good. They graded the Marquez Valdez-Scantling contract as average. I think there's probably some truth to that. I mean, well,
This time he goes down. It is Lasse who
not
gets there.
not really Mason, but there's other things going on in my life that make it fine, right? Optimal Dump, thank you for the $10. Been watching this FA stream every year since you've been doing it. Appreciate your hard work. Thank you. It's something that I can do that I didn't see anybody else really doing, so I thought it would be a good idea, and people seem to appreciate it. Thank you, Optimal. Ron Sausage, Becton has also only had one good season in his career. And is an immobile right guard. Jenkins is a scheme fit left guard. I don't think it's really that surprising. Dogzilla, welcome to Basic Membership. Thank you, Dogzilla. By the way, when he's on the Eagles, he's got Lane Johnson on his right. He's got Cam Jurgens on his left. He's got Jordan Maitai on the other side. It's much easier to look good when you're surrounded by elite talent like that. Oh, Josh Myers, $3 million. That is much less than I expected. Oh, 3.5, but whatever. Still, though. Okay. Let me get that on the board here. So that is not that I was enamored with him. That is probably the best remaining center off the board. Okay, there's that, and then I'm going to go ahead and take Myers off of the board. Boom. Cup is expected to go to Jacksonville, but Seattle and Houston are still options. So, did Green Bay give up already? All right, so there were very mixed thoughts on Myers. A lot of people don't think he's good. So obviously, that being the case, you wouldn't want him, period. But 3.5 million, that is very low. I would have expected much more from Myers. Worst zone blocking center in the NFL. I've started to hear that more and more, which is surprising. Yeah, Tevin Jenkins is still available. Cup probably said no to Green Bay. That's true. By the way, one, I guess, kind of interesting sleeper would be Tristan Castillo. Tristan Castillo at right guard would be a potential upgrade that we could make. Who signed Myers? The Jets. I would say breaking news, Mason. I would just say breaking news, probably. It's easy, and it's still very interesting to see how people react. Do you like Risner? He's okay. Hmm. Sam Darnold can run an NFL offense and he doesn't throw INTs. Like, you think Sam Darnold doesn't throw interceptions? Do you watch football? You think Sam Darnold doesn't throw interceptions? He threw interceptions in college. Man, he had too many turnovers in college. And yes, yeah, he threw 12 last year, but I'm not even talking about that. This guy's been in the league 7 years. There's a lot of evidence that you can look at for Darnold that indicates that, yes, he does throw interceptions. And there's a decent chance he throws more interceptions than the average player. Oh, Jenkins easily, Jacob. I don't even think that's close. If you could get Jenkins for 10 to 12 million per year, that's kind of amazing. Paul Susi, are you ever going to stop complaining? I'm streaming for 8 hours. There's going to be some dead air. God damn. If you don't like dead air, then just watch my pre-recorded videos. Is Amari Cooper a fit for Kubiak? I mean, I think it would work fine. Didn't Ricard already get signed? I thought Ricard already got scooped. Commanders re-signed Kayvon Seymour, cornerback. Never heard of him. Wow, he's a veteran too. He's been in the league a while. Okay. Okay, that's it. That's all we got. Mm. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $1.99. Was Zietler not a scheme fit? I mean, an older player is always going to be a little bit shaky in a zone scheme because older players don't move as well, but I don't think it was to the point where it was just not possible at all. It was, I mean, any older player, you're playing with fire a little bit there. What's the plan at center? Right now, I would say if I had to guess, and I have no inside information, I'm guessing I think Haynes moves to center. I think Haynes' skill set might be better for center than guard anyway. David Pugh, thank you for the 1999. Isn't it true that Hasselbeck wasn't ready to play till he was 26 or so? Haven't we seen Gino's career start ruined by the NYG and have a resurgence with us? I think you and we should leave room to believe in Sam as a good QB. Well, of course there's room, but by that logic, you could apply that logic to a lot of people. You could apply that logic to Zach Wilson. You could apply that logic to Mac Jones. You could apply that logic to, and quite a few different quarterbacks. Maybe Trey Lance. Obviously, Trey Lance has been in better situations, but there is some belief that the coaches that he ended up with didn't like him. Like I don't think it's that simple. Like if you're going to use had the start of their career ruined by the Jets as a measuring stick, then that means Zach Wilson is someone who you should believe in. Dimitri, I think the D-Law signing is pretty good. There is some risk involved, but I'd rather spend the cap space than not at this point. Oh. And Zach Wilson would have been way cheaper than Sam Darnold, too. So I don't think it's as simple as people make it out to be. Also, I don't think there's a good equivalency between what Geno went through and what Darnold went through. After Geno crashed out of the Jets, he ended up on team after team where he had no chance of playing. Sam Darnold went to Carolina where he got to play and didn't do very well. And then he got to go to San Fran where he got a chance to win the starting job and didn't do it. I think it's different. I don't think it's the same thing. Haynes just seems like another Bradford. No, they don't have much in common. Haynes is super experienced and has great technique. Bradford is just talented and he doesn't really have discipline at all. Sundell at center. I don't know much about Sundell. That seems like a lottery ticket to me. How much cap space do we actually have left? Guys, I don't think we can answer that meaningfully right now. We don't know what the Lawrence contract is. We don't know what the Sam Darnold contract is. There's way too much we don't know to speak in a meaningful way about any of that. Uh, all right. Craig Reynolds is staying in Detroit on a 1-year deal. Okay, that's not Josh Reynolds. It's Craig Reynolds is such a minor player, I think. Let me check something here. Yeah, he's a running back. Oh, he actually played a little bit these last few years. Okay. LJ Collier went back to Arizona. Nice. Yes, he is. J-Maz, thank you for the $4.99. Your feelings for Darnold can't be worse than your feelings you had for Geno when he took over for Wilson. Yeah, but Geno was on a very cheap one-year deal. Geno, that first year, was on a one-year, $3.5 million deal with $3.5 million in incentives. Sam Darnold is on a $100 million deal, and I know he won't see most of that. Well, no, he'll see more than half of it. But there is a big difference. Guys, do you know how hard it is to play left tackle when your offensive coordinator is Ryan Grubb? Do you know how hard it is to play left tackle or any position on the offensive line when your offensive coordinator is Ryan Grubb? Chill out. And by the way, we were very close to the league lead in passing attempts. Like, come on. Favorite Seahawk right now? I feel an irrational attachment to Boye Mafe because he was somebody that I loved in college, and then I loved him in the draft, and then we got him. I have an irrational attachment there. Brendan, do you believe Darnold can be a top 10 quarterback with the Seahawks? No. No. I think that the best case scenario is he ends up to be about as good as like Jared Goff or Jordan Love or Baker Mayfield, and I don't think those guys are in the top 10. So I would say no, but it's certainly not. No. Okay, Baker is not a top 10 quarterback. I'm sure statistically they put up top 10 seasons, but you're asking me how good I think they are as quarterback. Who are the top 10 quarterbacks? Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar, Stafford, Herbert. Hold on, I'm forgetting somebody. Hold on, let me make sure. I don't want to forget somebody here. I'm trying to do this once and get it out of here. Okay. So Mahomes, Lamar. I'm not doing the exact order, by the way. Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, Herbert, Stafford. Let me see here. Yeah, Stroud, Geno, maybe Love comes in there. I don't know. Actually, no, Jaden Daniels. I guess he's top 10 at this point. Oh, Dak. I forgot Dak. My bad, guys. Dak Prescott. That would be like my top 10. It's not in a specific order, but I think those are the top 10 quarterbacks in the league. And then after that top 10, Geno's definitely a top 10 quarterback. Hurts isn't top 10. Hurts is not top 10. I don't even think he's very close. Baker is not better than Geno. Do you watch the Tampa Bay offense? It's all screens and easy throws off of play action. That's all That's the whole Tampa Bay offense is built out of screens and easy throws off of play action. Jets released CJ Mosley. He's had one of the biggest linebacker contracts in the league for a while now. With how many end zone TD? Every touchdown gets to the end zone. What? What is an end zone TD? Every touchdown pass gets to the end zone. That's what a touchdown is. What is an end zone TD? It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Baker now 35? No, it doesn't. I mean, I wasn't asked to rank who had the best seasons of any quarterback last year. I was asked who I think the best quarterbacks are, and I gave it to you. Hurts plays on a Pro Bowl team. Hurts basically gets to play with the NFC Pro Bowl squad. Stay damn tuned. Yep, CJ Mosley. He got a big contract a long time ago. I can't think of anything less valuable when trying to evaluate how good quarterbacks are than something as arbitrary as Super Bowl appearances. You would think that watching Nick Foles win a Super Bowl would make people realize that how meaningless that is. Baker has never once in his life carried a team. Baker has a God mode offensive line in Tampa Bay. He had a God mode offensive line in Cleveland and a God mode running game in Cleveland while we're at it. And a brilliant offensive scheme in Tampa Bay. Wilson's not even top 20 anymore. There's a reason why Wilson isn't on a team right now, because he's bad. Stafford's better than Geno, I think. The thing is, Stafford has so many miles on him, the bottom could drop out any second now. Derek, you put Russell Wilson in the top 10 quarterback list, so I don't really care about anything you have to say about football. Purdy isn't very good. Purdy's overrated. Purdy's about as good as like Tua and Goff. Who are your top 5 head coaches? Andy Reid, McVay, O'Connell. Russ was not anywhere close to great last year. If Russ was great last year, why is he not on a team right now? Why are the only teams looking at him 2 of the worst teams in the league? Explain that to me. Okay. Anyway, O'Connell. I'd say, you know what? I'd actually also go with LaFleur. And then I would say... Maybe Sean Payton. When was the moment you knew Russ was regressing? Mine was the pick in the end zone at the Rams. That was a tough moment. That was a moment where maybe the Giants game a few weeks later. John Harbaugh's good, but I don't know if he's great anymore. Sean Payton getting that Denver team to the postseason was pretty impressive. I don't think that Denver team had any business getting there. Russell is better than Geno career-wise. Well, we're not talking about that, of course. You know, okay, by that standard, then what is like Andy Dalton on the top 10 list? Andy Dalton's had a better career than some of these guys we're talking about. We're not really talking about that. From what I heard, Arthur Smith is the reason behind one of the best offensive coordinators in football. It's his fault, just like it was Sean Payton's fault, just like it was Brian Schottenheimer's fault, just like it was Shane Waldron's fault, just like it was Nathaniel Hackett's fault. Are we going to do this every year? Are we going to keep doing this every single year? Nothing new, nothing new, nothing new. We got an hour 15 left. But it's not fair to take anything away from Baker for a better situation. Of course it's fair. That's what we do. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to figure out context for these things. It is absolutely fair. Just like it's fair to say that Jalen Hurts isn't that good even just because he won a Super Bowl. That's our job. Or at least it's I try to have it be my job here on this channel. If all you guys want is somebody to read off box score stats, I could replace this entire channel with an AI that just groks the ESPN box score page and recites it off to you. I could probably do that. Man, you act like Hurts is this generation's Joe Flacco. There's probably some truth to that. That's not a terrible comparison. Obviously, they don't play like each other at all, but I see that. I kind of see where that statement might be coming from. Who's the best quarterback in the league? It's Mahomes. I don't even know what the alternative argument is. Ben will make the Hall of Fame. I don't know if he should, but with the other quarterbacks that have made it, he has to get in. Does Buffalo win a Super Bowl if Mahomes and Allen swap? I'm not sure. I don't think so. But that kind of stuff's hard to figure sometimes. Shiloh Davis, thank you for the $4.99. Who's your number one choice for our next wide receiver pickup if there is one? Maybe Elijah Davis, maybe Cooper Kupp. That's probably the one in the two. Context matters, but at some point you can't deny the eye test. What? What is this? What did you read that on a fortune cookie? Yeah, actually, Jalen Hurts is exactly Russell Wilson, except Russell Wilson leveled up. After the first few years of his career, and Jalen Hurts hasn't, I don't think. Yeah, Elijah Moore, right. Yeah, I've seen that. I saw that, Derek. Was Wilson ever a top 5 QB? He must have been. At some point, he definitely was. He was second team All Pro in 2019. Now, it's hard to separate him from context, but I'm pretty positive he was top 5 at some point. Is Lawrence significantly better than Draymond Jones? I think so. Collier got $4 million? Oh boy. Good for him. All right, I'm putting it up on the board. $4 million for LJ Collier. Let's go. Danny P, you're not blocked. Chat just moves really fast. There are definitely seasons where Wilson was a top 5 QB. I think his best season was 2015. He was top 3 that year. It was Palmer, Cam Newton, and Wilson in some order. But again, look, I mean, if you want to ask somebody who they think the top 3 quarterbacks were for one particular season, that's one thing. But if you're actually asking them which quarterbacks do you think are the best, that's way more interesting and requires way more nuance. Remaining free agents, yeah. Okay, there we go. He definitely didn't suck in 2015. Christian Omi, thank you for the basic membership. Appreciate it. I think 2017 Russ was overrated. I think he was doing things that caused some of the issues, even though he put up numbers, and his touchdowns were inflated by the fact that we couldn't run the ball at the goal line at all, which is not that interesting to me. Thank you, Christian. I appreciate that. 2018, 2019, 2020 Russ was way better than 2017. Amari Cooper's down the list a little bit. No, 2017 was the year he was responsible for every touchdown except one. How do I become a member from my cell phone? I think if you scroll down, there's a join button. Should be a join button somewhere. I usually don't use YouTube Mobile, so I don't know. "2020 Russ was great until he wasn't." Oh, Raiders released Gardner Minshew. Should have gotten him instead of Sam Darnold. Gardner Minshew. Minshew Mania. Let's bring it. I've always wanted to have two quarterbacks in Seattle. One of them being a Husky quarterback and the other one being a Cougar quarterback. That'd be a lot of fun. Like Jake Browning and Gardner Minshew in the same quarterback room. People would dig it. Rafa Nerd, thank you for the 2 rupees. I don't know. Is that rupees? Do you think any new free agent is coming today? At this point, the smart money would be on no. We've only got an hour left. Yeah, mine. I need to swap it out, but I haven't had time for it yet. Would you even want Becton? If we signed him, I would assume that the team has some kind of coherent plan for using him because it's so obvious that he doesn't move that well. Dude, you don't even have to do that, Carl. All you have to do is go to Chicken and Mental's Caretaker's X account and watch the pinned video. No, Dogzilla, but I have to do other things. I can't sit here all day. I can't sit here. Well, in an hour, I'm going to leave. Can we now rule out Edge at 18? Not necessarily, but probably. I'd say probably. We don't hate tight ends. There's nothing intrinsic about it. Oh, really, Ayush? Amusing. Heavily amusing. Huh. Nemhauser did just point out that C.J. Mosley's a former Raven, so he probably has a little bit of a connection to McDonald, and he's old now, so he's not going to be very expensive. Jimmy Graham had 2 really good seasons here. Like, don't even sleep on it. I don't watch hockey. No, not really. Doesn't do much for me. Would you trade one of our fourths for Michael Mayer if we cut Noah Fant? Yes, but doesn't seem like we want to do that. So doesn't make a lot of sense. The Sam Darnold contract is fine. It's just the wrong time for this. If you're not going to build more effectively around him. 12 for Life, thank you for the Ring of Honor membership. Welcome to the Ring of Honor membership tier. Thank you, 12 for Life. I would certainly hope that's not the case, Saban sent Studio. That would be a really goofy reason. Okay, Yu Quan Hung, stop babbling. Yu Quan Hung, I don't know what the heck you're trying to talk about right now, but you're in the wrong chat or something. Do you trust Walker and Sharps? I mean, enough to go into the season with them, for sure. Walker gets hurt sometimes, and Sharps is capable of getting hurt, but, you know, there are things in a football team that you just have to take on faith and hope work out. Would you have preferred Fields for 20 or have Darnold for 36? I guess Darnold's better. I'm not a Fields guy, but hell. Fields would have been a little easier to get out of early, I guess. Wow, Rico, Panthers. No word on money, but 1 year. Okay. He's all right. Can you make the DeMarcus Lawrence move make sense to me? We needed a fourth edge. We need a fourth edge, and we need a big edge, and he's both of those things. Remember, we lost Draymond. We got to replace him with somebody. We don't have an edge that is capable of playing like 90% of the game, like some. We've got guys that can be very good and rotationally. And Lawrence is someone you're getting at a little bit of a discount compared to his career because he's coming off a season where he got hurt. Top ideal realistic picks for us at 18. I still go with Kenneth Grant, man. I still say Ken Grant. All right, guys, we've got an hour left on the stream. I'm going to get out of here at 5, and I am going to have to get out of here right at 5 because I have to go eat. And I am going to be streaming on the Bleacher Report tonight, so keep an eye out for me to share out the link to the show tonight. And try to be there. I think you have to be on their app on mobile. I understand that. But I will be streaming over there for half an hour. Just come hang out. Yeah, we'll see if anything else happens over the next hour. So, since we're about to wrap up here, I just want to say a few things. Please like this stream if you haven't already. We're at about 318 likes, so a lot of likes, but keep on pushing it if you can. Subscribe to the channel if you're new and you want daily Seahawks content. I post like 4 to 6 videos most days talking about Seahawks stuff. If you can go above and beyond that, We are almost at $200 in super chats today, which is great. We are just shy of 200, but you can do that. You can tip via the link near the top of the description. You can become a channel member or gift channel memberships. You can pledge to the Patreon as well. Those are the best ways to support. Okay. You still going until 5? Yeah, I'm going to go for like another 55 minutes or so, Derek. Tyler Warren won't be there, I don't think. I've kind of given up on Tyler Warren. He's too good. I would like Tyler Warren very much, but he's too good. What method sends 100% to you? Well, there's really no such thing as 100%, but the highest percentage is, I think, tipping with the link in the description. Or I think Patreon is actually really high as well. Same with Membo. Yes, Membo's, I refuse to believe Membo's going to be there unless something weird happens. Would you trade our first to a shitty team for next year's first? Probably not. I don't want to say I'm completely out on it, but off the top of my head, no. Thank you, David. I appreciate it. Yes, Jameson Cody. Grant over Aman Worry and the guard from Bama. Yes. $6.25 for Dowdle. That seems about right to me. I guess. I think that's appropriate. I like Burden, but he's a slot corner. Slot receiver, excuse me. Does Dylan Gabriel have a round rating, maybe 5th? Something like that. That seems about right to me. I liked him more than I thought I would at the Combine, so I'd go with something like that. What wrap-up? Don't you still got an hour? Yes. I'm going for another, 54 minutes. I do, however, have to refill my water bottle, so I will be right back. Everyone just chill out for a minute. We'll be back. All right, we are back. Would you trade Sam Darnold for Bryce Young? No. No. It'd be cheaper, though, but... Apparently, DeMarcus Lawrence also has a reputation as being a great leader and locker room guy. That may be part of this. Oh, did I miss anything chat-wise? Oh, okay. Y2K. Thank you for the $2. What cards are left? We need at least one league average. Let's see here. Remaining. Tristan Castillo's an interesting sleeper. I'm not a big fan, but he's interesting. Tevin Jenkins is the big money one. Becton, he's not a scheme fit, but he's not bad. Liam Eichenberg, Dalton Risner, James Daniels, Brandon Scherf, Matt Pryor, Will Hernandez. Those would be the only guys that I really consider to be like at least league average. So it's a decent list, but some of them are all those names are not created equal. There's a huge difference between Brandon Scherf and Tevin Jenkins. Cooper Cup lines up outside a decent amount, though. I don't think that's a problem. Cup isn't just a slot receiver, though. That's the thing. He can play both very well. Oh, James Daniels signed? Oh, I didn't even see that. Niners signed Thornhill. I don't see it yet. Are you sure they're not just visiting with him? I don't see anything about Thornhill from the big accounts yet, but I'll keep an eye. Gordon Schultz said Thornhill to 49ers. Okay, apparently the Rico Dowdle deal is only like 3 million base. I'm looking at Schultz's X account right now. I don't see anything. Is it old? Did I miss it like hours ago? Yeah, I saw that, Lucas. Who's the favorite to get Cup? It's supposed to be Jacksonville. I mean, I think getting Cup would be fine, but I'm also not too wrapped up in it. I don't hate the idea of just hoping that you can draft a good enough receiver as long as you aren't also doing the exact same thing with your offensive line. Like if you get the offensive line right in a way that is definitive and clear, I'm more tolerant of saying, well, let's take a little bit of a gamble at receiver. Any Huskies projected in the first? No, not even close. There may not be a Husky drafted. There's like one guy who has a chance. It's a disaster this year. Bruna is underrated. Yeah, but it still doesn't seem like he's going to get drafted. I haven't seen any projections of him being drafted yet. Maybe he will be, but as of right now, it seems pretty darn thin. Rush to the Browns. Will he start? Apparently he will, just because Watson's injured. Supposedly Watson is not going to be ready to start week 1. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun, Seth. I'm here for it. You like Demond Williams Jr.? I do. He won me over in that bowl game. He played incredible in that bowl game. That was that won me over. It seems like the Steelers are going to get Rodgers. That seems to be the vibe right now. What's with the Lawrence thing? I don't think there's much to be confused about, really. We needed an edge rusher after losing Draymond, and this guy's really, really good. Hmm. Well, the Seahawks OG, they need a quarterback. They literally don't have one right now. I don't think Lawrence is better than Nwosu if Nwosu's fully healthy. I would guess we sign one receiver, but I'm not convinced we do, and I don't think we need to. Well, who cares about Rodgers' stats? Who cares about his stats? That doesn't mean he was good. He was not good. The Jets didn't score points. The Jets didn't move the ball consistently. The Jets didn't win games. And that's really not that bad of a team he had around him there. They invested heavily into that offensive line with mixed results, but Aaron Rodgers has no mobility left. That kills your rollout play action stuff. There's so much more going on here than stats, people. So much more. Mahomes didn't really have very good stats last year. His box scores were garbage until late in the season. What receiver do you like in the draft? Jaden Higgins is my guy right now, man. Trey Harris seems good too. I know less about him. Derek, he's not going to play enough to be a Metcalf replacement. He's like a Lockett replacement. I think he's going to be the number 3. Jalen Royal seems good. There was one thing in his testing I didn't like. I'm trying to remember what it was. It might have been his really short arms. Any thoughts on trading K9 this offseason? I don't think we'd get anything for him. When are you doing the draft videos? Next week. And remember, Aaron Rodgers was starting to slip a little bit before he even went to New York. Like this gradual decline he's been on wasn't just last year. He's not terrible or anything. Mm. If we get Diggs, what should the contract be? Diggs should take like something around 10 million. It's going to be kind of a prove it deal because he just had a big injury. With a good O-line, any given running back top 5? I don't see why not. But again, top 5 in terms of production. But the running back is as good as he is. That running back doesn't magically become a worse player just because he has a bad or good offensive line or whatever. You're trying to evaluate them independent of that to figure out who's good and who's bad. Hmm. Well, I don't think you're going to get anything for K9. He can't he didn't have a very good season. I don't think there's any point in trading him. If you were GM, what would your principles, general team building rules be? Usurp the owner, so that way I don't have to worry about getting fired. Reenact the plot of Hamlet, so I could become the owner of the team. and then try to operate in extremes. Thank you, Lucky. I appreciate that. Do you think Jody had a big part of this offseason? It sounds like she has some impact on it. Thoughts on acquiring D-Law? I think it's good. There's some risk involved, but it's good. Okay, Jonathan Jones, deal worth up to 6.5, so I'll just put 6.5. It's probably. Did you ever play a sport? I played a ton of basketball growing up. I'm 5'10". Apparently Green Bay's out on Cup now. Or Cup's out on Green Bay. 25 minutes until I'm out of here, people. Again, I am going to be streaming over on the Bleacher Report. I'm going to try to get the link to you guys. Hold on. Let's see if I can grab it. That'd be pretty good if we got Cup. I think that would be fine. All right, I grabbed the link. Just let me try to get it in chat here real quick. I think you. God. Yeah, Russ is taller than Murray, but I don't know how big the difference is. No, David, I'm getting the link to my Bleacher Report show. Okay. So this should take you to the Bleacher Report stream that I'm going to be on if you have the app. If you don't have the app, I don't think it works. Yeah, I'm streaming tomorrow. I am going to have to stop in the middle to stream with Hawk's Nest. Then I'm going to jump back on until 5. Are we keeping Noah Fant? Seems like it. Mm. Kevin Jenkins, Hawks, Bengals, Giants. That's what I've heard. Yeah, I heard that earlier today. Favorite movie? We did this yesterday. We talked about this yesterday. It's Goodfellas. Yes, the Rams cut Cup so they get no comp pick. And, you know, some people are saying that Cup is like really washed up. I think he's somewhat washed up. I don't think he's. I don't think it's washed up to the point where he just can't play anymore. Did you get eggs yet? Actually, yes. Yes. They're much cheaper than they were recently. Is there a difference between release and cut? I think it depends on something to do with the way the player's contract is. I don't know the exact details, and I don't think it matters, so I never bothered to learn it. Are you happy with free agency and the number of draft picks, be honest? Not yet. No, not yet. I'm not gonna be happy until I feel like this offensive line is gonna be good, because I think that's what it takes to be marginally even marginally competitive with someone like Sam Darnold. $20. Yeah, Tevin Jenkins remains available. Ah. Do you have another team that you like? It's not really teams, it's players and coaches that I like. And I might root for that player or team to have success in some circumstances. What do you think about the Ryan Clark thing today? I don't know what the Ryan Clark thing today is. Mm. Yeah, it's not really a team thing. The teams that I like change from year to year typically based on who their players and coaches are. So it's not really a team thing. It's like there are some people that I like. Like I really like Andy Reid. Commanders are going for it, man. Shout out to them, man. They're doing it the right way. I respect. Yes, the Bleacher Report stream is free. You just have to download the app, and then clicking the link should take you to the show. And then the show starts around 6. Do you like Brock Purdy? He seems like a decent guy. I just think he's a slightly above average quarterback. He doesn't do much for me. Do you wish we hired Quinn after seeing what the Commanders have done? No. It's not like Dan Quinn is the main reason why that team is looking good right now. That defense wasn't even good last year. It was like barely, not even really average. I think there's a chance we sign Cup. Oh, the Lilo and Stitch trailer came out today. I'm very excited to not watch it. Besides Amon-Ra, who's a better slot receiver than JSN? Uh, uh, I don't know if there really is much of anything much better than that at this point. Not anymore. Cody White's a free agent. He's currently not even on the team, which is, I mean, it wouldn't shock me if we don't bring him back. I don't know about Isaiah Bond. Isn't he small? Let's see here. Anything? Nope. All right. 11 minutes to go. Man, nothing going on. Late day thriller would be fun. Sure would like a late day thriller. Remember, stuff does happen after I turn the stream off some days, so not over. My friend told me the other day that DK is a future Hall of Famer. The wide receiver logjam for Hall of Fame is pretty big. It is really hard to make the Hall of Fame as a wide receiver, so the smart money's no, but he could. Like, it took, like, T.O. didn't get into the Hall of Fame immediately. Torrey Holt, Isaac Bruce, these guys with crazy numbers, they don't get in immediately. And sometimes they don't even get in at all. How many game songs can you sing by heart? Not really any of them. I'm not really a singer. The only reason I know the fake Evangelion song is that it's really short and it's funny. It's kind of like, you know, the Donkey Kong rap? That's basically what it's like. It's like the DK rap. Someone in here is going to know what I'm talking about. The Donkey Kong rap. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think Wilson's falling just short of the Hall as of right now. Who is your Smash Brothers character of choice? I didn't play Smash Brothers that much, but I like Samus. I liked Samus Aran. I thought she looked cool. No, I'm not doing the DK rap. I already did the other rap. What could Minshew cost? Probably not that much, but I don't think we're going to get a quarterback. Quarterback. Yeah, we traded for Howell, which also means there's zero dead money if we let him go. Good guards are available. Quite a few still, Joseph. There. Let me get the remaining list on screen. Becton is still available. Okay. Got like 3.5 minutes left. Yeah, I agree. I mean, maybe we feel differently about Sam Howell now. I don't know. It's possible. Rasul Douglas is available. Yeah, he is kind of old now, isn't he? What's your favorite 80s hairband? I don't know. Hold on. Oh, probably Guns N' Roses, actually. I'm looking at the list. Yeah, probably. I think Sam Howell stays because he's cheap. Dude, after the Bleacher Report stream, I might just go to bed. I'm tired. I don't think I slept very well last night. Oh, it's pretty easily DeMarcus Lawrence, Derek. It's not even really close. Alice in Chains isn't hair metal, they're grunge, right? Apparently, somebody took pictures of Aaron Rodgers walking around on the beach trying to figure out if he wants to play in the NFL this year or not. All right, guys. Thanks for coming out. We still got over 400 people in here, even though things have slowed significantly. So I'm going to go eat. And tonight at 6, remember, the link is in the pinned comment on the chat. I'm doing a Bleacher Report show. You have to download the app to your phone, and then you can watch. I'm going to go for like half an hour, just kind of summarize the last week, talk with people in chat. Thank you for coming out to this stream. We will be doing this again tomorrow. Remember, we're only going until noon. And then I'm jumping over to the Hawks Nest to stream with him. And then I'll probably turn the stream back on after that. So see you guys later. Go Hawks. And everyone have a good rest of your day. And I hope to see you tonight.